As Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees, I want to welcome everybody and call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting for April 13th, 2022. And I'd like to take roll next. Caroline?
Present.
Dave?
Here.
Michelle?
Here.
John?
Present.
And of course, I'm here. So we have a quorum, not only a quorum, but full attendance. And the next step is for Allison to go through the rules of procedure for this meeting.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for joining us tonight. In order to strike a balance between meaningful engagement and online security, the following rules will be applied for this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited. No person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. So for tonight, we have public comment coming up, and that will be the one and only time to speak tonight. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using that person's real name. So if you've joined by an iPad or a phone number tonight, we would ask that you rename yourself to your name before you unmute, or you can message me in the chat and I can rename you. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers and presenters. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at this meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. The chat function is enabled to the host only, so the chat will go to me for Zoom technical related questions. No content questions will be answered tonight. And only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during this meeting. So when we get to public comment later this evening, and if you want to raise your hand to speak, you can do that by opening the participants box and going to the bottom right hand corner and finding the raise hand feature, or some people are finding it under their reactions icon along the bottom of their screen. If you're calling by phone and you want to raise your hand, it's *9.
Okay, thank you very much, Allison. And next on the agenda, we have a new member on the Open Space Board of Trustees tonight. Welcome, John. And I'd like to ask you now to read aloud your oath of office.
Sure, thank you, Karen. I, John Carroll, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Colorado and the charter and ordinances of the city of Boulder, and faithfully perform the duties of the office of a member of the Open Space Board of Trustees, which I am about to enter. Is that it?
Thank you. And that oath has been signed by John and submitted to Leah, so we're all official now, and you're a full-fledged member of the Open Space Board of Trustees. Awesome. Next, we need to start the elections for 3 positions: chair, vice chair, and secretary. And what I'd like to do is accept nominations for each of those offices. And then after we have nominations for all 3 on the table, we'll take a vote for all of them at the end. So do we have a nomination for chair?
I'd like to nominate Karen Hallweg for chair.
Thank you. Any other nominations?
Second.
Okay. How about nominations for vice chair?
I would like to nominate Dave Kuntz for vice chair.
Thank you. And Leah has been our loyal and very efficient secretary. And we need to have a nomination for secretary as well.
I'm happy to nominate Leah as secretary.
Thanks, Dave. So we have 3 nominations on the table. Will someone please make a motion to approve all 3 nominations?
I so move that the Open Space Board of Trustees approves all 3 nominations as mentioned.
Second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Michelle. All those in favor say aye.
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 It sounds like we unanimously approved those 3 positions for the coming year. So thanks very much. And we're ready to now move on with the approval of the minutes.
And congratulations to the new chair and co-chair, and always to Leah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a celebration at some point later.
Yeah.
So everyone has gotten a copy of the minutes from the last meeting in your packets. And we typically go through page by page to see if there are any additions or corrections on the Board of Trustees minutes for March 9th, 2022. Are there any corrections or additions on page 1? How about page 2?
I have a procedural question with regard to documenting the vote that happened close to the end of our meeting. So, and maybe this is a question for you, Leah. We put a motion on the floor, we voted on it, Caroline dissented, and then we did a do-over. Does that need to be documented? The reason why I bring it up is because I know an additional agenda item is to talk about how that vote passed unanimously in an op-ed, which is factually correct eventually, but there's a nuance to how that all unfolded. And I'm just not sure whether we're being transparent about how that actually unfolded for anybody who went back to watch the tape and saw that Caroline voted against it. And then we did a do-over.
Good question. Leah or Dan, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, if Dan wants to correct me, he should. My understanding is it's okay to leave it as what the final motion was. If the board's, preferences that we put in more of a narrative on that conversation, we can. But Dan, unless you think different, I do feel it's okay to have what the final action that was taken in the minutes.
Yeah, that's what I would have offered. I'm not an expert on Robert rules, but I would say that, that this is factually correct, as Michelle even pointed out. But I think, Michelle, you might be asking is, do we want a sentence or two ahead of that describes some of the nuances that led up to that final motion, which I think maybe could be captured in narrative form as opposed to maybe having to document the original motion, the rescinding of it. Maybe it could be done through a brief narrative.
If I would have seen the minutes come out either way, I would have been fine with it. But in thinking about it, I understand the documentation, but I also don't want to perceive that when we re-voted and I voted for it, that it didn't have my full support. So I wouldn't want the prior decision and then the do-over to have the effect that I didn't fully support the vote that I gave. So there's that side as well. So I'm fine with it being as is. I'll let everyone else talk.
Yeah, I think that it might be worthy of 3 or 4 sentences just to kind of provide some of that background. Michelle, I think that's a good observation. I don't think the initial vote on the motion that necessarily has to be officially in there, other than kind of a narrative or description that, you know, the board underwent, you know, some further discussion, and there were some proposed actions, and here was kind of the final decision on how to move forward. But I think it's worth, you know, 3 or 4 sentences to give that background or foundation.
Okay,
Michelle,
I appreciate.
Do you have any wording to suggest?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't draft anything, but it could be as simple as, sorry, I should have done that. Let's see. I mean, you said it pretty well, Dave. There was some discussions about various options on this matter before the following motion was passed.
Yeah, we could say, you know, there were some preliminary actions proposed or something like that, that, you know, would capture that it was more than a discussion. There was some consideration of, you know, some kind of formal decision before the final vote. Are you okay with that, Caroline?
Yeah, whatever makes everyone comfortable. I really, I'm either way. So that works.
I mean, some people just go back and only read the minutes. They don't go back and watch the tape. And it doesn't really show that we had that discussion and a vote, which then we were able to supersede with a different vote.
Let me read to you what I have down and tell me, Michelle, whether this captures what you and Dave have been saying. I added a sentence after the board discussed and reviewed the license and disposals guidance document. Board discussions and considerations showed some disagreements before the final vote. Does that do it?
Yeah.
We could say some disagreements and proposed what alternatives or options or something, that I think, just to make sure that, you know, that there was some further discussion on formal action.
And
it was a little spicy, I'll admit. We don't have to add the spice into the minutes, but it was a little spicy there for a while.
An alternative wording for the motion?
Yeah, or yeah, something like that. And that just acknowledges that, you know, that it went a little further than the discussion. You know, there were some proposals that were under consideration.
I don't think there was an alternative motion. I think the motion, both when it was 4-1 versus 5-0, the motion didn't change. I think it was just a vote. So I don't think we need to say you know, there was an alternative motions.
No, I didn't mean alternative motion. I just said alternatives.
Oh, okay.
You know, or options that were, you know, under consideration.
Yeah, we were considering pulling it off altogether and not passing it. And there was the vote for 4-1. So I think the word disagreement captures it, and alternatives, not necessarily alternative motions, other than to not approve it.
Okay, let me try one more time and see if this captures it. Board discussions and considerations showed some disagreements. Showed some disagreements and alternative suggestions before the final vote.
That sounds okay to me.
I'm okay with that, Karen.
Okay. Any other additions or corrections on page 3 of the minutes?
For me.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I so move.
I'll second.
I'm going to abstain from this vote since I was not at the meeting.
Thank you. So let's have a voice vote. Caroline?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Michelle?
Aye.
And I vote yes. So we have 4 votes to approve the minutes. Okay. Next on the agenda is public comment for items not identified for a public hearing on the agenda. And since there are no items on the agenda that include a public hearing, this is the only point in time during this meeting when the public will have a chance to comment to the board and staff. So Allison, if you have not signed up in advance to speak, if you'd raise your hand, then we'd know that you would like to speak. And Allison, do we have any people who have indicated they'd like to speak?
No one signed up in advance, and some people did join since I first showed that slide. So if you want to raise your hand now, you can open your reactions icon probably at the bottom of your screen, or open the participants box and click in the bottom right hand corner to find your raise hand feature. But I'm not seeing any hands yet, Karen.
On my screen, it looks like Barbara Carter has her hand up.
Oh, interesting. That's so strange. Not on my screen. Okay.
Barbara Carter, are you interested in speaking?
No. Okay.
No? Okay. Thanks. Anybody else? Lori Hawthorne? Let me just say that people have an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. And when your 3 minutes are up, I will expect you to complete your sentence and we'll move on. So anybody who wants to speak, please raise your hand and we'd like to hear from you.
Okay, I do see Diane. So Diane, give me 1 second to get the timer set up and then I'll unmute you. Okay, Diane, can you unmute yourself now?
Yes, I am. I'm unmuted.
Great.
Okay, just state your first and last name and then I'll start your 3 minutes.
Okay, my name's Diane Curlett. Whoops. I'm reading off something I sent to the council and city manager, but definitely addresses open space also. I'm very pleased to see the hotline request from Matt Benjamin and Tara Weiner to alter the 2022 work plan for city council to address the state of fire mitigation in the city. I live within a mile east of the NCAR property in South Boulder in the direct path of a wind-driven wildfire. We have legendary winds here, usually from the west, possible any month of the year, and a wind-driven ember conflagration could quickly echo the destruction of the recent Marshall Fire. Our Wildlands Fire Chief and his employees have diligently performed mitigation work on the open space interface near town. So they have a detailed fire mitigation plan for the NCAR section of that interface. There's been no concerted action taken to complete the protection needed. Perhaps several factors are inhibiting this important action. One, the property is managed by NCAR and not city open space. 2, smoke generated by prescribed burns might affect sensitive scientific equipment, supercomputers in nearby neighborhoods. And 3, city leaders and NCAR management have not made it a priority to formulate and execute an agreement for fire mitigation on the property. The NCAR property annually produces large, beautiful meadows of grass, usually about 3 feet tall. This grass turns brown in June and is a standing fire hazard until covered with snow, a decreasing occurrence due to climate change. Each year's grasses then get matted down and new growth pushes through the accumulated fuel to grow anew. There are years and years of accumulation of dead grass in the meadows waiting to burn. We have been very fortunate they've never ignited. We cannot trust that the future will be as lucky as climate change, rising temperatures, reduced moisture, increased drought, and lack of snow cover will increase the danger. I propose the city and NCAR adopt a grazing policy, fencing the meadow areas with pastures that can be rotationally grazed by appropriate livestock. The Open Space Department has existing programs to lease city land to ranchers and to manage the resource. We just need to understand that the forage in the meadows needs to be managed through grazing and other means to protect Boulder from a major fire. Please give this matter your urgent attention and take prompt action to reduce this threat. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Are there any other members of the public that are interested in speaking? Allison, do you see anybody else?
No, I don't.
Okay, then I'm going to call the public comment period closed. May I just ask briefly, Dan, whether OSMP staff has had conversations with the NCAR staff already about tall oak grass control and the kinds of matters that Diane was mentioning?
Yes, we have actually, we've had long-standing conversations about various matters, trails and the like on NCAR, and there has been recent conversations about fire mitigation, possible actions, land management type of discussion. So my view has been that those talks have been productive and that they're continuing. And so I would say yes, Karen, there are discussions underway.
Thanks. Okay, we're now ready for matters from the department, and I think we're ready for you to take it away, Dan.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, and welcome, John, to your first meeting. I hope the next 5 years goes well for you.
Thank you.
To partnering and working with you. I'm both looking forward to our next item, but it's a little unfortunate that within a 3-month span we have to provide you all with yet another fire update. But with that, I think we're going to learn some things together tonight and hear some things that show some promise. And so before I turn things over to staff who are going to be leading this conversation, I just want to provide a few opening comments. And one of it is just a thank you again to staff. As you all know, in January, we provided you with a few different updates on the Marshall fire. And during that, we attempted to kind of provide you with a sense, which we'll do again tonight, of all the staff that's involved across multiple work groups, across multiple service areas. Whenever there's an emergency, either on open space or adjacent to open space, it's really almost all hands on deck, and just dozens of staff get deployed and coming together to respond to an emergency or to respond to recovery efforts after an emergency event. And NCAR was no exception to that. And because emergencies and disasters tend to not adhere to our human constructs of schedules and timelines, this was yet another example of something that happened over a weekend, which like Marshall Fire over a holiday weekend, which means that most of our staff that were planning to have time with friends and family instead dropped everything that they had personally going on and ended up spending hours and hours that weekend in order to keep our community safe and keep our natural resources protected. And so just a big shout out to everybody that came together yet again over a weekend a couple of weeks ago to address the NCAR event. My gratitude goes out to each and every one of you. So thank you. I also just want to make mention that preparing for, responding, And recovering from a natural disaster is not a new thing for open space department. And Dave, you can probably attest to that being on the staff. Staff has a wealth of experience when it comes to disaster preparedness and response and recovery. It's maybe unfortunate that we're getting pretty good at it. And we have a lot of plans and policies that have been adopted, including our forest ecosystem management plan that helps us do some prevention and mitigation work to help reduce the risk of natural disasters. But I do want to say that each event that does happen is unique. And so we need to, as staff and board and community, come together to really take a look at what happened in an event and to take a hard look at, hey, is there any room of improvement for how we either respond, prepare, or then recover from an event? And so like Marshall, like NCAR, staff is having those discussions of really using this as an opportunity for continual improvement. And we'll point to some of that in our presentation ahead. So we've got about 15 minutes of an update. And with that, we're gonna have three staff members join. We're gonna have Jeff Haley, Burton Stoner, and Chris Warner. And Jeff will sort of serve as our MC, if you will, to guide us through this conversation. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Deputy Director of Trails and Facilities, Jeff Haley.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, and as you can see the presentation on the screen, Leah, you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. What I'd like to do is just briefly go through how we've broken up this presentation in terms of an agenda, and then I'll turn it over. So first of all, the most immediate information that we'd like to provide is really an overview of our response to the NCAR as well as the Shanahan fire, and how our staff responded to that, and kind of provide examples of just how our teams do respond to fire emergencies and events within our public lands. Secondly, Chris Warner will discuss a bit about the mitigation strategies that we have worked on over the years within our open space and mountain park areas, especially in the NCAR vicinity, and how those outcomes really affected fire behavior and some of the outcomes we saw after the fire. So he'll talk through that. And then finally, I'll come back and just give a little more general overview of our current efforts as it relates to disaster preparedness and specifically related to wildland fire. So as Dan mentioned, we have about 15 minutes. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Burton. And Leah, if you want to advance to the next slide.
Good evening, trustees and members of the public. This is Burton Stoner, Ranger Services Supervisor. Really just want to walk you a quick snapshot of the day. If you recall, this is March 26th, beautiful Saturday afternoon, around 2 o'clock, mid 60s, some wind out of the northwest, but not too strong, but not too shy, shall we say. There was definitely some wind in the area, upwards of around 20 miles per hour. So around 2 o'clock, real quickly there, that is the extent of the fire perimeter as it grew to 190 acres for the final tally. And the picture there is of some evening fire activity with the FEM crew, Forest Ecosystem Management crew, there monitoring the situation. So around 2 o'clock, the calls come through City of Boulder Dispatch Center, and Rangers respond immediately along with fire personnel and city police to the area. Very quickly, Fire Command determined that there were going to need to be trail evacuations put in place, so they were calling for that. The same time that Rangers were responding to the area. So kind of a little bit of a new twist for us was the number of 911 calls that went into the dispatch center of people asking for assistance to get out of the area. So really our strategy right away became to manage the people on the trails and to assist them getting out of the area. So literally we had people in the back of our pickup trucks, which is not a normal thing for us, shuttling them on the trails from one end out to the east edge of the city. as well as actually hiking up some of the trails to assist people that got turned around or needed to get off of Bear Peak and shuttle them around Flagstaff. So some interesting things occurring there as far as the evacuations go, along with rangers assisting Boulder PD with the houses along the edge of the urban interface there. So there's a big communication loop there that's tied in with Fire Command there at NCAR. And then that information then flows quickly from those ranger units in the field to the rest of the department to get disseminated through and make sure that all the other work groups and staff are aware of the situation. Really at that point, then it moves to more of a trail closures kind of piece. The information about that is gathered from Fire Command and then relayed to rangers and other staff that then can move to shut off the trails. And then that additional internal communication continues to happen around getting our maps updated on our website and kind of making sure that the information that's being sent out through command, through fire personnel is getting out through additional communication channels internally as well. Next slide, Leah. Great. You can see again, just a real quick list again of all the things that are occurring kind of simultaneously there in the first very challenging hour. The other pieces of things that are going on are really, as soon as the immediate need is taken care of, you get enough fire personnel in the field to take care of things. Then we move into kind of getting staged for the next day of operations pretty quickly, as far as making sure that our outreach team is ready to go and prepped for kind of the next day's event. So, you know, as this thing went into the evening and there were additional air resources called in and to assist to help manage the edges of the fire, particularly as it pushed to the south and east towards the houses. Those pieces were then well managed by Fire Command, and there's a lot of communication that goes on from responding units coming in and then being deployed quickly out into the field. So we had our forestry crew was quickly gathered and sent into the field along with other firefighting agencies, while the rest of our red carded fire wildland personnel, mainly made up of rangers during that day, continue to assist with trail closures. Overall, again, just a real shout out to the preparedness of our staff, of our wildland fire team, and the professionalism of how they respond and how they work into things. So that first evening was a relatively small number of actual fire staff from the department, but we're preparing for that second day of operations on Sunday, when we sent a very large crew out. And of course, it's maybe a seal of approval. I'm not sure that we really want it all the time, but they always put us on the hardest terrain and the hardest areas to fight the fire. And that's a real testament to just the durability and professionalism of the crew, that they're asked to do very arduous work, and that they know that it'll be done well and safely. So again, you know, the council session on the 26th will have a lot more in-depth information. We really just wanted to give a quick snapshot of how department staff responds to this kind of a situation. And, you know, in the end, we were looking at about 50 different agencies that were involved with this fire. So a great coordinated effort to get it put out and to maintain it safely over the next several days while it was going on, and considered 100%, controlled, contained by Wednesday or Thursday of that week. So great effort. I'm going to now turn it over to Chris to talk a little bit more about fire behavior.
Yeah, thanks, Burton. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Warner. I'm the Vegetation Stewardship Senior Manager. Leah, if you want to advance the slides there to the next one. So as Burton said, we got tied in relatively quickly on the suppression side of things. This was a pretty unique situation because we got tied in relatively quickly on the resource protection side of things as well. That doesn't always happen when these kind of things are moving very quickly, and homes are threatened and neighborhoods are threatened, and the resource sometimes takes a back seat. But in this situation, we were out ahead of it. Very fortunately, I think. We had considerations. Bear Canyon is Preble's habitat. We had golden eagles on eggs in Skunk Canyon. We had kind of an air show going on. So the potential impacts to resources were numerous. So to be able to sort of incorporate some of those considerations from the very beginning was pretty important, and really resulted in a good outcome. Another thing we had working in our favor in this area was a lot of mitigation and fuels management that we've done over the past 10 to 15 years. This has been a high priority area. Obviously, South Boulder, Shanahan Ridge has been, kind of top of our minds as far as fire risk. We have the definition of the wildland urban interface in this area, right where homes come up to open space. And we've done over 600 acres of thinning in this area in the past 10 years. So really focused on fuels management and fire mitigation within the forested ecosystems, as well as over 500 acres of grazing in this area, really focused on tall oak grass and non-native species management, but it also has the added effect, which we'll see in a minute, of really decreasing those fuel levels and influencing fire behavior. So all these things kind of came together on the landscape as kind of a strategic, tactical benefit on the landscape. So they were able to tie into where areas were grazed, areas were thinned, kind of the next line in the sand for fire control is the North Fork of the Shanahan, because that entire area had been thinned. So they knew the next slurry drop would hit the ground if it ran east to west. So it was a good opportunity to use those fuel management efforts on the landscape for suppression efforts. So next slide, Leah. So I just want to put a couple of examples in here and demonstration of how that played out on the ground. The picture on the left is a thinned area that was burned. And you can see sort of the result there. Low intensity burn, didn't impact the trees a whole lot. Once again, the fuels were managed and decreased in this area. So it was an area where fire crews could go direct and attack the fire kind of head on in this area. The photo on the right shows a contrast. Right there through the middle, you can see the fence line and the impact of basically everything in that picture burned. The stuff to the east, or kind of the top right corner, was grazed. So that's the grazing unit for tall oak grass. The area to the bottom left was ungrazed, so outside the grazing unit. And you can see the differences just in the understory. You can see how much the trees scorched versus didn't scorch. Just the fact that the fuels had been managed and decreased in these areas, once again, had a direct impact on how the fire burned, which translated to the tactics on the ground. Next picture, Leah. So this is just sort of scaling in a little bit as far as those grazed areas. So we have ongoing monitoring and tall grass research plots within this area that clearly got burned. So the photo on the left is one of the exclosures that we've put in place that keeps basically the cows out. So you can see the difference in the grass height from where it was grazed versus ungrazed. And then on the right, how it responded to fire. So one of the considerations that, you know, fuel is a big piece of how fire burns. So those areas that were addressed and grazed really showed a direct impact as far as the fire intensity goes. Next slide, Leah. And then maybe just one more kind of build on that. So this is the tall grass research plots and the resulting data that comes along with it. I don't want to go too far into this, but it gives you an idea. So one rule of thumb we use when kind of talking fire and fire behavior, one of the things that you can expect or look towards is flame lengths about 4 times the height of the fuel. So if you've got a 2-foot piece of grass, it could, the result could be an 8-foot flame length. So the 82 centimeters there versus 7.5 centimeters, that directly translates to kind of the flaming front that we saw out there. So, you know, that's the difference between 8 to 10 foot flame lengths versus 1 to 2 foot flame lengths. So, you know, that's once again the difference of putting people in there with hand tools versus having to stand back and not make a kind of a direct attack in those areas. Leah, one more. And then finally, you know, a lot of those mitigation steps resulted in a burn with really broad ecological benefits. You know, we saw some positives come out of this, I guess you could say. So, you know, a decrease in the overall fuels. This acted very similar to if we were to prescribe fire on the ground. It was real patchy, moved through the understory, didn't run through the canopy. You know, we saw an overall decrease in fuels, patchiness in the canopy, some opening, some will get some mortality over time in the trees. And then just kind of that broader refresh of the area, taking off that understory cover and really releasing the native plants. So as far as kind of next steps and restoration goes, we don't really see a whole lot of need as far as kind of direct impacts. The restored fire line, that's a demonstration on the left. This was part of what we asked the fire crews to do as they were working their way out, was to kind of cover their tracks and restore the lines. And then that photo on the right, this was one week post-fire. You can already see it green up. And if you go out there now, it's even greener and lusher than it is now. So once again, I think there's relatively little that we'll do as far as restoration goes, but we'll really look to the benefits and continue the monitoring in this area as far as looking at what kind of impacts it had on the natural systems. So I think that is the end of my piece, and I'll pass it off to Jeff here.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, and again, our goal, if you can go to the next slide, Leah, our goal this evening, once again, was to really provide the board with an overview of the events and somewhat of a debrief and summary of how our staff responded and how all the work we've been doing really had an impact and result of how the fire behaved, as Chris mentioned. Finally, I did want to just mention a few final points about some of our current efforts that we'll continue to be doing and ongoing, as well as some key next steps. You know, as we've all seen within the community, the frequency and intensity of some of the wildland fires, you know, over the past several years, what we're seeing is they're happening throughout the year. It's not just a fire season any longer. We're seeing them throughout the winter as well. And so with all that work, and as Dan mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that we're always continuously reviewing our approach and our management actions and our response protocols. So that's really the work that's happening now, is just to make sure using that continuous improvement to focus on always doing as best we can for the resource as well as our community and visitor safety. Certainly, as Chris mentioned, we'll continue our ongoing mitigation and fuel reduction through all the practices that we've discussed with grazing, forest thinning, et cetera. So that's a current activity that will continue. And just for safety and consideration of our visitors and the community, we do have an increased staff presence in the field. In fact, we have some focused patrols as well as some visitor safety education that our staff are working on, just to provide, again, that safe experience when they visit open space, mountain parks, properties and lands. And then finally, with regard to the continuous improvement, just like any disaster event or emergency situation, we are completing standard after action reviews, going through how things played out in the field during the response, any lessons learned. We're actually refining our playbook, so to speak, that contains the process and procedures of how we respond to these emergencies. Each one is unique. Each disaster presents a new set of challenges and observations, just like Burton mentioned earlier about trying to evacuate our system and really working through how we get visitors off the trails and out of the open space. So all those items we're really looking at for refinement and just making sure we're at the top of our game when it comes to these disasters. And then if you can go to the final slide, some key next steps that we are looking forward to is this month on the 26th, City Council is having a study session. OSMP staff will be presenting alongside our overall city staff in informing council of similar information and working through a series of presentations about current work and future work, and just certainly encourage OSBT to tune into that and pay attention as well. And then we're equally working not only within our city and our city council, but with our partner agencies specific to wildland fire, whether it's the counties, the fire department, other agencies, to really make sure, once again, these are regional responses. And so we want to make sure our processes and protocol and procedures are in alignment with our peer agencies, our partners, as well as our resources with equipment and staffing and all the resources that go into this work. And to also look at any further recommendations that might be helpful in ensuring the safety of, again, our resource and our community. So all that work certainly will provide updates continuously to OSBT as well as City Council, any outcomes, any lessons learned, and I'm sure that this will be a continuous topic in the coming months as well. So again, this was a presentation to give a quick overview of these recent events and just give an overview of where we're headed next. So I think at this point, we certainly appreciate all the support from our staff team, as well as support from the board during these emergencies. And I think we can entertain any questions that you might have. Looks like Karen might be muted. So.
Thanks, Jeff and Burton and Chris, and also thanks to the public who have tuned in this evening to learn what you have had to say. Why don't we go through a round of questions with the board? Dave, do you want to start?
Sure, thanks. Jeff, I have a couple. One is maybe for you or Burton, and that is the source of the fire on NCAR and then North Shanahan as well. Do we know kind of how those fires got started?
I'll let Mary go ahead, Burton.
Sure. So officially, the investigation is still ongoing. So don't have an official answer for you, but given those fire conditions and what had led up to that event, there's most likely going to be a human caused issue there. spread out of, they believe the origin area to be, in the Bear Canyon, just outside the Bear Canyon drainage.
So I guess one of my comment would be that I think we need to keep focused on, the vulnerability and hazard of fire, from the open space visitors, and make sure that, we're doing as much as we can to educate people that, we really can't be using fire anywhere on the open space properties. The other thing, Chris, for you is,
excuse me, Dave, can I ask just a follow-up question on that while we're on it? I had a phone call from a resident up in Devil's Thumb who had seen, after the fire, had seen somebody out on the trails there with a cigarette. It's my understanding that there's an ordinance against that. Can you speak to that, Burton, and tell us what the rangers do and what the rules are about smoking on open space?
Sure, just quickly, yeah, there is an ordinance that does ban all sources of ignition on the properties. So if we're able to engage with the people, we'll address it depending on the situation, severity of the day. But yeah, and that might result in a ticket for sure. We take that very seriously.
And if somebody sees that happening on the ground, what is your recommendation to them?
It's always hard to read people, and I always hesitate to have people confront other people on the trail. But if you can do it nicely, just let people know that. They may not be aware, they may not be thinking that it's that big of a deal, but it is very important to at least let them know, give them an opportunity there to get it put out properly. And you can call a non-emergency line for dispatch and let rangers know.
Burton, you said the word ignition. That means that things like vaping is illegal as well.
That's correct.
Does our signage say that kind of, does it go as far as including vaping? So there's a universal symbol that kind of covers that pretty well in most areas. And we do, as Jeff alluded to before, so gearing up our outreach team to really have that be one of our primary messages as we have people out hiking the trails and at trailheads.
Burton, I would just add, as you know, we obviously there's the signage and then there's the code, but we also at the moment have communications and outreach staff and rangers working together for messaging to be proactive about this with the public, and we're actually working with the county on that as well, so it's with our partners. So there's a message getting out, just what you've been asking for, to be safe, this is prohibited, etc. And for the public that may be listening, the non-emergency number that Burton mentioned, I believe, is 303-441-3333. Is that correct, Burton? Yep, and then that takes you into a phone tree, and then you hit 8, and then that gets into a dispatcher. Thanks. Any other questions on the smoking and starting issues? Okay, Dave, back to you. Thanks.
Thanks. So Chris, I wanted to just ask you a couple of things on the ecological impacts. I appreciated your observation about the benefits actually from a fire, because in the media, they're always the use of the word destructive and hazardous and dangerous and all of these things are always there. But in fact, if there's no real threat to humans or structures, the fire is beneficial. So my question is, in some of the treated areas in Shanahan, you also prescribed fire on the ground after you thinned. Were you, or have you had the time to notice or observe any differences in kind of the treatment protocols up there as far as the fire behavior or fire response was concerned?
Probably not beyond what I sort of mentioned as far as the grazing and the thinning. There were no places where the NCAR fire overlapped with a previous prescribed burn, so it's harder to tell there. But I think in other areas, so like we've been trying to burn the water tank area, and that's one area where we've done a couple of entries and then come back and reburned. And 1 to 2 to 3 years later, even where we're trying to burn them, the areas that were previously burned just won't ignite. There just isn't enough fuel on the ground. So yeah, that ideally, in most cases, we would love to follow our thinned with prescribed burn where feasible.
So just to kind of tag onto that, and Jeff, kind of to some of your comments, I guess I would suggest strongly that we include prescribed fire in when we're talking about mitigation or treatments, so that people understand that fire on the ground is not always dangerous or hazardous. It is beneficial and is very effective for both managing native or natural ecosystems, and that oftentimes it can be very effective. One of the dilemmas that we're facing, I think, both regionally as a state, is that in order to use prescribed fire, we have to adhere to very rigorous protocols. And so we're very limited. So the weighing of the benefits or detriments to whether or not to use it, I think, is going to have to be more sophisticated. If there's a air pollution concern, I think that needs to be weighed against, the actual hazard on the ground. And so it may be beneficial, even if there's an air pollution impact, to do some of these prescribed burns just to reduce, the potential dangerous conditions on the ground. Anyway, thanks. I do appreciate your referencing those ecological benefits.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a portion of our outreach and just information going forward. I mean, these are fire adapted ecosystems. They're made to burn and they will burn. It's just a matter of kind of how we manage them to influence how those burns happen.
And if we get winds like we had at Marshall, there's not a whole lot that we're going to be able to do,
right?
Until those conditions change. So I think people need to understand that we can't manage fire under extreme conditions necessarily.
Caroline?
Is the prescribed burn standard a state policy?
Yeah, we do have to adhere to state air quality standards.
And there's a permitting system, right?
There is, yeah. We just last year, I won't go too deep into it because I could talk about this for hours, but just last year we got our significant user designation, which basically means that the rules apply slightly differently to larger producers. So it should streamline our permitting process a little bit as far as kind of getting those burns in the queue in the future.
Thanks. Other questions?
I only had one request, that before the city council meeting, any written information, could that also be sent to us as well? What would go into the city council packet?
Oh, yeah. the city council packet to the board?
Yeah, Caroline and Karen. So as some of you might have been tracking this, the April 26th study session had to be amended, and this was added in just a week ago. And so as part of that, sort of saying, yeah, staff can rally the troops and get ready to support that study session. The expectation for a written memo was reduced. So there may be either a very small memo or no memo at all, as staff has been instructed to put all the attention into preparing for that study session and preparing the presentation. We're expecting about we're not the lead. The fire department's taking the lead on the coordination of the study session. We will have a role, as alluded to earlier. We're expecting to have about a 45-minute presentation, which some of this information will be a component, but that presentation will also get into such things as warning systems and evacuations and codes, building codes, and all those other very important things that really aren't a OSMP-led effort. So we'll be a small part of that 26th, but I just wanted to make you aware that I make no promises on a written information with this item before the 26th.
And do you know at this point, Dan, whether that's going to happen at 6 o'clock or later in the agenda, or has that not yet been decided?
The way I've seen it organized in the first iteration is I think it was going first. And then I believe the Boulder's, the Parks and Rec Department's master plan, I think, is also accompanying that same study session. And I believe, and Jeff, you may know more than I do, just following your old department in a way, but I think that's scheduled for second as of right now, but stay tuned.
Okay, thanks, Dan. So the best way for us to track that is to get on the council study session at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, April 26th, and just pay attention to the meeting itself. Sounds like.
I think you're gonna hear a lot of more information on emergency response and coordination, and it will give you really the complete picture. Obviously, our department has an important role, especially when emergencies are happening out on our system or adjacent to it. But there's a whole network and coordination that we are plugging into. And so if you do tune in, you'll get a much fuller picture of how that works, and anything from the emergency, the Emergency Operating Center, Incident Command, all the various agencies that get pulled together. It's quite a coordination. And so I think everyone will learn a lot just by tuning in to kind of hear that side of the story.
I have just one other question. I don't know whether everybody's familiar with the red carding system. Burton, can you take just 2 minutes to talk about the number of staff that are red carded and what that means?
Sure. So basically, the staff that are able to participate will go through a week-long fire training course that does involve some hands-on experience as part of that. And then once you get that certification, basic understanding, then you're in a group of staff that then gets paged out, as if you will, by using the Everbridge system that's in place through dispatch. So you're looking at about 40 people on staff currently.
Thanks. Who are paged when there's a need for their expertise on the fire line.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Thanks. Any final questions?
Yeah, Chris, I'm just wondering, just sticking with the red carded staff, the initial week long, but then there's opportunities for additional trainings, and then there's call outs where our staff get experience on participating in wildfires that are not on open space. And the benefit of that is obviously it's sort of one firefighting community. We get lots of support when we have fire on open space and vice versa. But that is also an opportunity for our red carded staff to get more experience. And with that experience becomes, I think, opportunities for more certifications. And I might be crossing my lines of knowledge here, but I believe how that works. So there's that initial week long, but then there's on-the-job experience that comes with this that people build up their certifications through that as well.
And contributing to firefighting with other agencies, just like we got a lot of help from other agencies here. Thanks. Michelle?
Yeah, I just want to express my gratitude for all of our staff and of course the firefighters out there. Our community has been through so much. And evacuation was really tough for a lot of our community members. And then I think with the Shanahan Ridge fire, I think we're all just, our nerves are racked, and we're looking up and constantly wondering whether our hillside is on fire and it's going to reach our homes after watching what happened to Marshall and going by those leveled houses. It's really tough for our community members and to endure this, and we haven't even reached fire season. And I know in the last in the Shanahan Ridge fire, once we realized that was going, one of my kids just burst out in tears. It just, like, oh no, what's happening now? And so every time I'm on the phone, I say, oh no, they're worried that there's a fire. And so I just want you to know that the comfort that that I have and have been able to instill on my little kids, that fire was put out so quickly, that, we can relax, that you are all paying attention. And it's great to know that you have staff on the ground in the field monitoring this extra closely, especially on windy days, is just comforting for for me, and I'm sure a lot of community members, and to be able to tell that that you're on it to people, to little ones who don't understand it as well. But I just want to say thank you for all the work that you do, and please let us know as board members how we can continue to support you.
Thanks. And again, thanks to all the staff who've been working on this, and to all the community members who tuned in this evening to find out what they could learn from all of you. So Dan, I think we're ready for the next item.
Great. Thank you, staff, for supporting that conversation and putting all this together in the last week. Really appreciate it. And like Jeff said, I'm sure we'll be back in front of you talking wildfire preparedness and mitigation and prevention more, possibly in the coming months. So hopefully not after an event, but after more after action work and more sort of refining activities, we can come back with further updates. So we're going to switch our attention a little bit, although it's not totally unrelated. We've talked about grazing tonight already. We are going to provide an update on a very important program area of the open space and mountain park system, and that's our agricultural and water resources program. And I just want to, before I turn things over to Andy, just make mention of the fact that over the past 4 or 5 years, and especially dating back from 2017 on up to current years, the board and staff have been involved in some pretty in-depth and comprehensive discussions on our agricultural program. That sort of started in this time period with the development and adoption of our agricultural resources management plan. I believe the date on that was 2017, which had a lot of conversations right before that, during, and even after that. Then a lot of attention was turned in 2019 and 2020 to the development and the acceptance, if you will, by board and council of the preferred alternative for managing prairie dogs on our irrigated agricultural lands in the northern part of our system. So a lot of discussion and focus on agriculture then. And then more recently, there's been a lot of great discussion on how we can improve our agricultural lease assignment guidelines, and working together as board and staff for how we could strengthen that to make that a better product for our lessees and for our staff to make the best decisions we can when it comes to leasing out our agricultural lands to our local farmers and ranchers. So having said that, what we thought we would do tonight is, yes, Andy is going to come on and he'll provide you with an update on our agricultural program, but we are going to reserve more time tonight to focus on our water resources program. That is a program that hasn't seen a lot of sort of robust interaction or discussion between board and staff. So we thought we would use the opportunity tonight to give you a, more of a brief update on our agricultural program, and then to spend a little bit more time on the water resources side of things. I think you'll find Amy's presentation to be really illuminating and learn a lot, and hopefully you have some questions back to us that we can have some dialogue going on. So with that, I'm going to first turn things over to Andy Pauster, our Senior Manager for our Agriculture and Water Resources Program. So Andy.
Thanks, Dan. Leah, do you want to pull up the presentation, please? Thank you for that. As Dan mentioned, I'm Andy Pelser, the Ag and Stewardship Senior Manager here at Open Space and Mountain Parks, and I'm just going to give a quick overview of some agricultural programming. Michelle and John, it's nice to meet you here at the meeting, and hopefully you find, as other board members find this helpful for information purposes. You can move on to the next slide, Leah. So the Ag and Stewardship staff will oversee 35 projects as part of our work plans in 2022. As you might guess, most of these projects help the department make some progress on master plan strategies and outcomes that are associated with our agriculture today and tomorrow implementation priorities. But we also support the department in other initiatives, including ecosystem health and resilience. We're playing a big role in the tall oakgrass project, for example. The Agriculture Resource Management Plan, which I'm going to call the Ag Plan, Dan referred to this, and this was passed in 2017. It does guide most of our work, and it includes a chapter dedicated to ecological integration, as well as some chapters on getting the community more involved with and more in touch with the local agricultural community and the agricultural landscape. Next slide, please. So the Ag and Water Stewardship team includes 8 standard employees and up to 7 temporary employees. And I've kind of categorized our work into 5 functional areas, those being agricultural leasing, soil health, infrastructure maintenance and improvement, ag land restoration, and water resources. Next slide, please. So the Ag Plan provides us some direction to help us with ensuring the long-term sustainability of agricultural operations. It provides some guidance to support ecological health of our open space and mountain parks agricultural lands. And it also provides some suggestions for fostering connections between the community and the agricultural landscape. One of the primary ways we accomplish this is by maintaining a working agricultural landscape by leasing land to local farmers and ranchers. 4 staff members play a liaison role in this area. Ryan Middleton, Brian Walton, Lauren Kolb, and Eric Fairley all administer leases. We have leases with 28 local farmers and ranchers. They're leasing just under 16,000 acres of land. And we currently have 13 residential units being used to support the local ag community, as a really important source of affordable housing for that community. As was discussed a bit earlier, livestock grazing on native grasslands continues to be the predominant agricultural use by most of our lessees. And this really is mostly because native grasslands are the dominant vegetation type on our land system. Hay and forage production is the next most common use. Hay crops were grown on 4,520 acres in 2021. Those that have followed the agricultural program may know that we've been working to increase the amount of food produced locally since we began leasing to Cure Organic Farm in 2011. We're currently leasing just over 1,000 acres to 8 different farmers whose operations focus on growing meats, herbs and vegetables, and dairy products for local consumers, either direct sales to via CSA or restaurants and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. In the Ag Plan, we did take the time to work with the agricultural community to establish a range of agricultural leasing rates and a process for reviewing lease rates over time. All new leases use lease rates within the established range of rates. We do have had some leases that had rates that were outside of the established ranges, typically on the lower side. So we are raising those rates over time so that we have some, to make sure we have equity and consistency in our leasing program. We are making some improvements to some of our agricultural lease properties, and these improvements add value for certain farmers and to the farm and ranch enterprises. We may be able, or we will likely be able to capture a little higher lease revenue as we make those improvements. And I'll also note that we are expecting some lease revenue increases over the next couple of years as we continue to remove prairie dogs in the northern project area and restore those agricultural lands back to agricultural production. Thus far, I've kind of talked about rates and increasing them, but I really want to point out that maximizing lease revenue isn't really the primary goal of our agricultural leasing program. We're certainly most concerned with the stewardship of the agricultural landscapes and also maintaining opportunities for farmers and ranchers to maintain their businesses. Those two things are very important so we can maintain an ag community to lease to in future years. I've also described something I've called a management dividend in the past. Leasing land to the local farmers and ranchers saves the department a lot of money. And if you do a quick napkin calculation, I would say it's over $1 million each year because we don't have to hire staff to do the maintenance and the stewardship work being done by the lessees as part of their routine agricultural management. Next slide, please. We do have a long history of providing land, water, and this working agricultural landscape and making it available to local farms, the local farmers and ranchers. We've also been working to improve much of this infrastructure. Right now, we're focusing on several sites, 5 or 6, to better meet the needs of local community and improve the function for these operations. There were 9 sites identified as best opportunity areas for diversified vegetable and livestock farms in the ag plan. And those are the sites we're focusing on. These sites have a combination of soil quality and water rights or the necessary infrastructure to support these more diverse operations. Right now we're working on the Hunter Cold Farm, or have been working on the Hunter Cold Farm. We're close to finish there. We lease that farm to Light Root Community Farm. They run a grass-based dairy, grow a few vegetables, and support some agricultural education on the farm. The Hartnagel Farm we lease to Esoteric Culinary, and Mark is working on growing mostly herbs and culinary items for sale to regional restaurants. The Fort Chambers Pork Farm, we lease to 63rd Street Farm. They are a neighboring farm to the property. They were selected in the bidding process, but 63rd Street Farm is a typical CSA vegetable / diversified animal farm. We're happy to have them there on that property. The Lewis Farm, we are working to make improvements for Jacob Springs Farm. This also is a micro grass-based dairy. We do have 10 to 15 acres that is tilled there where Andre is growing some annual grains and some vegetables for use in some of his value-added products. In a more conventional site, the Ertl Farm, we're working with the Shanahan and Pancoast partnership. They are more conventional beef, but they are looking to move into local sales. So we're working on getting that farm to meet their needs there. These projects really are a collaborative effort between our work group and the department's facilities and historic preservation staff. Given the age of these buildings, most of them have do require some kind of historic structure consideration. And there are even a few that have scenic restrictions that require us to maintain existing view sheds, so that can be interesting. These projects can be challenging. They're old buildings that we're trying to fit new agricultural uses to, but it sure is fulfilling to see these farm sites that sat vacant become occupied by farm families and increase the availability of local food, and perhaps provide an opportunity for the community to connect with their local farmer or rancher. At the moment, I would maybe take a second for questions if we would have any. This is about halfway or a little over halfway through the presentation. Are there any questions?
I just wanted clarification that you were saying that the 8 different farms, roughly 1,000 acres, and then you were saying that the cost savings, and I know you were saying it was like napkin math, but what were you saying in total was roughly $1 million?
So we have 28 tenants, and I believe some of them are very small operations, and we wouldn't necessarily have to hire a staff person to replace their work they're doing on the landscape. But if we weren't leasing to those and we hired staff members to irrigate, harvest, and do all this work on the landscape that the farmers are doing, you know, I think it would be 15 to 20 staff members. I always kind of think 15, which would equal somewhere near $1 million to do that.
And Andy, that's for the whole 15,000 acre system, right? Not just that 1,000 acres. Just to
yes, that's correct. Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Andy.
Great. I'll continue then. Next slide, please, Leah. So the Ag Plan also formalized the concept of agricultural stewardship planning. Ultimately, we'll have a stewardship plan to document the stewardship requirements for each lease area. Ag staff has currently made pretty good progress. We have some final, but good progress on 17 of these plans. The stewardship plans are intended to be documentation for the community regarding the agricultural stewardship that's taking place on the leased properties, and also as a way to describe specific management practices that might improve agricultural sustainability or provide for specific resource protection. Just as an example, staff might request cover cropping or a specific crop rotation or a treatment to improve soil health. Resource protection issues that might come up include hayfield harvesting guidelines to protect nesting bobolinks, or perhaps even flowering Euclades tresses orchids. These plans will also include infrastructure improvements needed to help us achieve the property management objectives that the department has, as well as the needs of the local farmer or rancher leasing that land. These stewardship plans can be modified annually, but will at least be modified at least renewal to document stewardship success for the past leasing period, and also to outline the requirements for the next leasing period. Next slide, please. Lauren Kolb is the staff member leading our soil health monitoring and improvement efforts. She has conducted a baseline soil health assessment. This assessment was done by collecting 126 samples from our irrigated agricultural land across all production types. This information, the results of this testing, was used to create a report to summarize the data system-wide, as well as to develop individual grower reports for their leased fields. Staff has been sharing this information with each lessee to help them interpret the results in hopes of facilitating the adoption of improved soil health management practices and to identify potential opportunities for new treatments or management practices that we would like to collaborate with the tenant lessees on. Soil samples will be collected again in 5 years to identify soil health trends. Some of you may be familiar with the Soil Revolution conferences that have been held in Boulder in the past several years. Lauren and the department have played a role in those. Lauren plays a big role in the planning and hosting of the conference, and the department has been a sponsor and will continue to sponsor the conference as it's been viewed very highly by the soil health community. Next slide, please. Eric Fairley and John Wold lead the agricultural land restoration program for the Ag and Water Stewardship team. They also hire 5 temporary employees to work in this group, and they do support all the work in the Ag and Water Stewardship, all of the functions with those temporary employees. There are 3 areas of focus in the agricultural land restoration. It is restoring unleased irrigated agricultural land so we can lease it out in the future. They're also implementing restoration activities on the agricultural lands where we're removing prairie dogs. And they're also looking to improve ecosystem services provided by agricultural lands across the system. They're doing these things by actively managing some of these priority unleased sites, doing the deferred maintenance, doing seeding and irrigating to improve vegetation conditions. And in some cases, we're implementing some contract grazing or other treatments to manage invasive species. This team is also responsible for the restoration of the irrigated agricultural land in the Northern Project area, as I mentioned. Just as a reminder, we removed 140 acres in 2021. Restoration is taking place on those acres now, and we are planning to remove 160 acres in 2022. We're also working to enhance the ecosystem services that our agricultural lands provide. And these treatments and restoration activities are designed to increase plant diversity, improve soil health, and increase pollinator habitat in hopes of enhancing the resiliency of some of our agro ecosystems. Board members should note that Eric will be leading the board tour that is scheduled for late May. We're going to visit sites that this group has been working on over the past couple of years. We're really looking forward to showing you some of the progress we've been making in this program, and certainly hoping for some favorable weather between now and then. It's a little dry, as most of you are aware, but hopefully we get some timely moisture and we can show you some really good restoration results. Looking forward to that tour. Are there questions on the last part of that presentation?
I have a quick one, Andy. You mentioned a lot of soil testing, and I know there's a great interest in the city as a whole to increase soil carbon sequestration. Given the levels of soil carbon that you found in the testing in the irrigated ag lands, are there tremendous opportunities for improving soil health, or is it fairly good already? Or can you make any general kinds of statements about that?
Sure. Leah, can you go back to the soil health slide, please? And so this slide, that's a histogram of the soil health results. Just for perspective, a score of 15 or greater is really good for Colorado. So 15 or less needs some work. 60% of our samples had a score of less than 15. So yes, Karen, there is pretty good opportunity for some improvement. But that being said, 40% were greater than 15, and our average was actually 14.9. So we're not doing too bad, but there is really a pretty good opportunity for some improvement. That being said, we do have some inherent limitations on our system. The soil pHs are problematic. Soil texture can be somewhat problematic, and we are in a little bit of a dry area, but we are working, the best we can to try to implement strategies across the system.
Great, thank you. Any other questions?
Karen, I have one. Andy, I tremble to even ask this question, but I think, you know, for clarity, it's worth doing. On the prairie dog removal for 2022, you have 160 acres. Can you lay out how much of those acres are going to be, or prairie dogs on those acres going to be relocated, and how much is going to be lethal control?
Sure. 100 right now, the plan is for 124 acres of lethal removal and 36 acres of relocation.
Thanks.
Just a reminder that the preferred alternative plan accepted by council calls for, on average in a given year, up to 40 acres of relocations. So last year we exceeded that number of relocations a little bit, and this year we're probably a little under, but I think we call for sort of a maximum of 40 acres on average per year for relocations.
Thank you.
Any final questions?
I think we're ready to keep going.
All right, so that's the end of my presentation. Leah, you can pull up Amy's presentation while I give her introduction, but Amy's gonna talk more in depth about the Water Resources Program. She's been with the department for 4 years, and it really is breathing new life into the Water Resources Program. It's been great to have her on as a part of the team. So she'll take the rest of our time tonight to give you an update and some of the work that she and Dustin are doing in the Water Resources Program. Go ahead, Amy.
Apologies, I had to exit the full screen and unmute myself here. All right, well, good evening, trustees. Tonight we are very excited to provide you with a presentation to introduce some of you and refresh others to the Open Space and Mountain Parks Water Resources Program. It's been a while since we've had an update. I've never given an update, so it's my first time here. So there's a lot to talk about. Leah, can you advance to the next slide? Thank you. So who are we? We have a pretty small group within the department, but the Water Resources team consists of me, Amy Wilhite, and the program supervisor, and Dustin Allard, our program manager, who does a lot of the on-the-ground work for us that the program requires. We also just hired a 9-month temporary employee. I'm very excited about that. His name is Colin Stevens, and he will help us with our ditch maintenance this year. I've been working in water resources for 20 years and have been with Open Space, as Andy mentioned, for 4. Dustin has been working in water for 4, has been with Open Space for 13. Dustin has joined us tonight to help answer any maintenance operations questions you might have. And we rely on a lot of other folks to help with everything water. So I really want to send a special shout out to the agricultural tenants, ag staff, ecological staff, volunteer services, and real estate, and others. I'm sure there are people I'm missing, and I'm sorry, for all their help and support with the program. And we also collaborate with utilities water resources on various water issues. With that, we'll move to the next slide, which is an agenda for tonight's presentation. First, I'll provide a brief background on the assets we manage and discuss the benefits of the various water rights to the open space system. Then I'll talk about the 3 functional areas of our program and the recent accomplishments or highlights from each. And then I'll close with some of the challenges open space water resources face and future efforts we'd like to pursue. We will have time to discuss and open up for questions throughout the presentation and at the end. The next slide, please. So as you can see from this map, which shows just a part of our system with the green showing irrigated properties and the blue line showing ditches, there's a huge intersect between ditches and open space land. In fact, 281 miles of irrigation ditch cross OSMP properties. In terms of water rights that open space actually owns, City of Boulder owns open space. We have a different water rights portfolio than the utilities department. but they own rights in 62 ditches, as well as many wells, springs, ponds, lakes, including one high hazard dam at Wonderland Lake. Many of these water rights are from the late 1800s, so the priority system, they're really reliable, more so than many. Next slide, please. Okay, this is really hard to see, but I just wanted to show this as an overview of the many ditches we work with. This is called a straight line diagram if you haven't seen one before, and it depicts all of the ditches on Boulder Creek, South Boulder Creek, and Coal Creek. As you can see, there are a lot of ditches. That's what I wanted to show with this. Okay, next slide, please. With water rights comes infrastructure to deliver the water. Open Space is responsible for over 655 active structures to deliver water, including headgates, flumes, boxes, and turnouts. We have active structures and water rights on Coal Creek, South Boulder Creek, Left Hand Creek, and St. Vrain Creek. Next slide, please. Program benefits. The Water Resources Program at OSMP provides a number of system-wide benefits. Water rights serve 26 tenants with water on over 270 irrigation fields, which provides for continued historic irrigation of around 7,000 acres of farmland throughout Boulder Valley. A lot of this farmland is fragmented through Boulder Valley, so the acreage number isn't huge, but there are lots of parcels spread around. The irrigation of these lands helps to support local and historic agriculture, which in turn maintains scenic vistas and open lands, as you can see on that picture to the right. The water rights sustain important wetland and riparian habitat and endangered species such as Ute lady tresses and mice like this Preble's meadow jumping mouse and hayfields that support bobolinks. We fill ponds and lakes for irrigation purposes with incidental purposes or incidental benefits for stock watering, wildlife watering, fishing, habitat, and public enjoyment. And many waterfowl call the ponds and lakes on our system home, and many also drop by on their migration routes. So I've said a lot. So before I go into the water resources functional areas, does anyone have any questions?
Amy, when we participate on ditches, are we attending the annual ditch company meetings and our—
Oh, we sure are. Yep, lots of evenings and weekends. And I will talk about that a little bit in some of my next slides as part of our functions. Yeah.
Great.
Oh, yeah. Any other questions? Okay, we can keep going. All right, so next slide, please. So I'd say we have three major program areas in the water resources: administrative, maintenance, and operations. The administrative functions include varied tasks such as water supply planning, research, working with the Division of Water Resources on various water administration matters, protection of water rights, consulting on water rights matters with various departments and stakeholders. And we're often the liaison between ditch companies in the city or other working groups pursuing things like fish passage and ecological and stream improvements. This role works as a member on many ditch company boards, including District 6 Water Users Association. We work quite a bit with the city attorney's office and an outside engineering firm on this aspect of our work. As far as second is the maintenance function, this area provides maintenance of the various ditch systems and infrastructure to supply water to our agricultural properties, lakes, and ponds. We're constantly working on repair and replacement of aging infrastructure. Some of the irrigation infrastructure across the landscape is 50 to 100 years old. I can attest to that because I've seen the date stamps. We typically have one 9-month temp staff member to help with the ditch maintenance and hope to hire a short-term seasonal position this year. We work with numerous crews as well, and we are one of the largest, maybe the largest user of the city's Ready to Work program. And we find these crews to be an excellent resource, especially in sensitive areas where we want to do handwork versus equipment and machine work. Third is the operations function. And as part of the function, we monitor snowpack, drought, and stream flow forecasts. We open and close head gates. We deliver water and coordinate and allocate water transfers to various tenants. And we work with the state and various ditch writers and ditch companies to coordinate the deliveries of water to our tenants and assure they're getting what is legally available to them. And with the priority system in Colorado, that can get really complicated at times. We also are required by the state to track and report water use through accounting and use of various flow monitoring devices. All right, next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about some of the functional area highlights. On the administrative side, here we go with the ditch companies. We provide leadership and expertise to ditch companies, as mentioned before, and we are currently serving on 20 ditch company boards of directors. So that's quite a lot. Ditch companies manage the various ditch water rights and assure the delivery of water and maintenance of the conveyance systems for that water. We get exposure to many community members between the neighbors of these ditches that are very long and linear, so you've got a lot of neighbors, and the shareholders of the ditch companies. We probably work with well over 1,000 community members in any given year. We attend and participate in at least 40 ditch meetings each year, including at least one annual outreach event. And that picture you see up there is from one of our outreach events. We were unable to do it because of COVID recently, but we hope to bring that back this year. Also, I want to mention that we were able to challenge the abandonment of one of our newer water rights acquisitions last year, the Stengel Pond. The state had put it on the abandonment list, and we were able to show them proof that we had no intent to abandon that water right. So that was a win. Also in 2021, we worked on numerous crossing agreements for the various ditch companies we serve on. And for OSMP, and negotiated protective terms for open space and the ditches. A few of the recent ones were with CenturyLink, Excel, the city broadband project, sewer lines, and various developments of various sizes, especially for like in Lafayette area. I'm an active steering committee participant on the stream management plan for South Boulder Creek, which will help to better assess river health and improve stream connectivity, function, and riparian habitat. That is being led, I just wanted to mention this, by Boulder Flycasters, Division of Trout Unlimited. But we've been a very active participant with them. I'm also on a Preble's site conservation team, which is working to identify a medium population of Preble's meadow jumping mouse for recovery within the St. Vrain watershed. This group is looking at two possible locations. One is on the St. Vrain and another South Boulder Creek, and they're calling it the St. Vrain watershed. So we will need ditch company support to make either of these initiatives successful. So that's where I come in. And then one item I'm very proud of. Oh, next slide, please. Sorry about that. All right. One item I'm proud of is instituting a dam safety program, which has us in improved standing with the Division of Dam Safety. It includes monitoring, inspections, and maintenance work at major dams. We've made a lot of progress at the Wonderland Lake Dam, and so I feel really good about that. We also worked with utilities on filing of a junior water right. It's a South Boulder Creek in-stream flow right. And Colorado Water Conservation Board is also on that water right for protection. That will help fill the 5,000 acre feet pool when Gross Reservoir is built. So we'll be able to, at times, you know, when junior water rights are in priority, be able to store that up there and then release it later for in-stream flow. And we've developed an inventory and tools to better track the department's water rates and help make site-specific decisions on water allocations. This helps us to understand yields of specific water rates because they all yield different amounts of water per share and various crop and property needs. And I'll show you an example of that on the next slide. And then finally, most recently, we developed a tenant survey in December of 2021. To help inform and prioritize our capital maintenance projects. We have a 70% participation rate, which is pretty good for our ag tenants so far, but I'd like to solicit more. But it's helping a lot with our maintenance planning and prioritization. And I'll just show you a quick sample of that. All right, next slide. So here's an example of the decision support tool we worked on with Martin and Wood Consultants. We can plug in the ditch company. I can't show you my cursor here, but at the top, we can plug in a specific ditch company, and it shows the yield for the given amount of shares in that company that the city owns, and also the full crop demands versus water supply. And it's really a great tool to help us determine water share allocations in our leases, because a lot of our tenants are on the same ditches, and so we have to figure out how many shares to provide for each lessee. You'll see on that bar chart that the gray is the demand and the orange is the supply. So here in Boulder, we see a lot of early season supply. Gray would be the optimal for, I think it's alfalfa. But we're not able to meet that, but we do the best we can with the water rates that are available to us. All right, next slide, please. And then here's an example of the surveys that were sent out. I put together a narrative portion so folks could write, you know, what is your highest priority? And do you want more communication from the water resources group? Are we, you know, do you have enough water? Do you want to lease water? Things like that. And then in addition to that, I added some maps so that they could mark on the maps, which, you know, we deal with spatial things here in water, and had them mark off things that were their priorities for improvement. So I've said a lot. So are there any questions at this point? So you guys want to take another break and ask any questions? All right, I think
looks like we're good and ready to keep going.
Yeah, okay. Sorry for stopping so much. All right, sounds good. So next slide, please. All right, thank you. I'm gonna go into the maintenance area highlights, and that's kind of Dustin's area. The Water Resources Group is responsible for the maintenance of all OSMP owned ditches, infrastructure, and many of the laterals served by those ditches. So I talked about 655, pieces of infrastructure on the landscape. Maintaining ditches and infrastructure requires constant awareness of ditch conditions, and water staff monitor over 100 miles of ditch each season. We work closely with our tenants, private ditch companies, and neighbors to determine our highest priorities each year. And regularly maintaining these ditches allows for safe and efficient water delivery to open space lands. We also take interest in the maintenance of several privately owned ditches that cross OSMP land because we want to have some say on how they manage that maintenance if it's in a particularly sensitive area. The Water Resources Group uses several labor sources for the work. It's contracted, a lot of contracted work. OSMP staff, ready to work, jail crew, wildland fire, and volunteers are typically who we use for the work. Ditch maintenance is performed year round with a heavy emphasis on the spring and fall. So right now we are very busy doing ditch maintenance right before water is starting probably in the next couple of weeks. Because of so much aging infrastructure and harsh conditions for the structures, we're addressing a sizable backlog of project needs, but I feel like we're making good progress. So some of the highlights on the maintenance side, in 2021, this number is wild. We scoped and worked with ready to work crews to clean over 67,000 feet of ditches. That's a lot. It's a lot of ditch. We also completed thousands of feet of excavation with our temporary staff and contractors. And then on the capital improvement side, we were able to contract to complete over 12 capital projects in time for this water season. This includes things like pipeline replacements, headgate reconstruction, and diversion box construction. Next slide, please. I'd like to share some operations highlights. In 2021, Water Resources staff personally, actually got out there and operated several owned ditches on the various creeks I had mentioned, delivering around 2,000 acre feet of water. This is in addition to the water rates on many of the 62 ditch companies we have shares in. Water Resources staff also supported the operation of those other ditches in the area, and we coordinated closely with the local water community to support efficient and safe deliveries across the county. We also worked with Division of Water Resources under a grant to add telemetry at various diversion points. flow data is now published on a statewide website in real time. You can actually see the link up there. It brings you to a site where you can look up various water rights. But it's very exciting to see that we can, we don't have to go and look visually real time. We can actually see it on that website. So it's really great to understand what's going on in the river, or the creeks in this case. We have been adding measurement flumes also to track deliveries to some of our reservoirs. And have added some water use tracking devices on Dry Creek number 2 ditch near CU South. Another exciting accomplishment in 2021 was that we refilled and filled reservoirs and ponds that are rarely in priority. We were able to take advantage of a wet spring and had what you call free river. So we were able to fill rights such as Sawhill Ponds, Jewel Pond, and Mesa Reservoir. And it took a ton of effort from the team to get all that up and running in a very short time. So I really appreciate all the work my small group did. The water comes along, then it's gone quickly. So you got to take advantage of those free river situations. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm going to go into the challenges and I guess opportunities, but in water, we're always facing many challenges. To start, we've had new water commissioners in our district the last couple of years. That's the person from the state who tells water users when they can turn on their water rates and when they have to turn them off. So operations are heavily affected by changes made by these new administrators. And they have very different ways of running the creek. So in most cases, administration has become more stringent and has required necessary changes in how things have been done for a really long time. So we're just adapting to that right now. Also, you can see the drought monitor there. We're dealing with drought, fire, and floods. I'll constantly monitoring and adjusting what we're doing based on what's coming and what we see. You can see there the drought monitor. It actually shows us in a D0, which is abnormally dry. Very rare. Since I got here, it's always been like severe, extreme, exceptional. So I'm pretty excited actually to see some yellow there. But it doesn't last long. So that's why we watch it so closely. It could be a month from now and look completely different. We also have the aging infrastructure, and you can see that picture there. That's actually infrastructure that was affected by the fire, but I will tell you it did look much better before the fire. That's just the wood part that was burned, but the rest of it was kind of looking like that. So that's one thing that we're tackling. And then you see on the bottom right is a hydrograph that's at El Dorado. That's just kind of showing variabilities. With climate change, I would say the hydrograph is more unpredictable. It affects the water amounts and the timing. So we have to seek out resilient crops and things that we can respond to. We are a headwaters area and we don't have much storage. All the storage is owned by like Denver Water, or the City of Boulder Utilities. So we have little storage in our system and we're completely reliant on precipitation, real-time flows and snowpack. And finally, changes in water use are of concern to us. That means changes in water court, where folks will take water rights and change them from irrigation to municipal use. And we're seeing that happening on the lower part of Boulder Creek right now, and we are somewhat concerned. We just want to make sure there's adequate terms and conditions in those cases so that we protect our water rights. And then now to more positive. Here's my last slide. These are some of the things we're excited to work on and are starting to work on. First is ecological BMPs, best management practices. Ditches have very, very strong easement rights, and they're able to pile debris and material on their easements. But we've been working closely with our ditch partners to try to minimize impacts to natural lands, such as hauling material away or providing best practices recommendations, say for like Preble's meadow jumping mouse and timing of activities and things like that. We would like to document and further develop these BMPs, which we've been putting into practice because ditch work has such a large impact on the landscape. And so that's something we're starting work on right now, and we'd like to see that done by the end of next year. We have an increased CIP budget, so we can step up maintenance of aging infrastructure, and we've been doing that over the last couple of years. That helps, obviously, with more efficient and effective use of the city's water rights. and helps our tenants be successful in their irrigation. And I always want to see our tenants be successful. That's the most important thing. And then drought and climate change, of course. You know, we're going to be continually looking for more opportunities for efficiency in water use and delivery, and resilient crops and production models to deal with climate change. The in-stream flow programs continuing, kind of slow roll because we probably won't have that fully developed for a couple more years. We'll be putting in more telemetry sites along South Boulder Creek this next year, and continuing discussions with our partners on the intended operations of the gross environmental pool. It's been a long time since we negotiated the IGA in 2011. And then we're also going to be looking for installation of bypass structures, continue to support fish passage projects. We would like to continue to develop condition assessment information for the water infrastructure and get that updated in our new Beehive software program. So it's a great place to put all that information. And then finally, we're evaluating various stock water sources to increase flexibility in our system, particularly with regenerative agriculture, where you want to move animals around a lot. Stock water becomes kind of an issue, right? Because stock, they used to water out of these ditches, but now we're moving the stock around quite a bit. And so we're looking at new opportunities and ways to get them water in different locations. And that is it for my presentation for now. I hope that was helpful. You got to learn a lot about the water program in a short amount of time. And yeah, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Amy. And I'm sure we all learned a lot about the water program that we didn't know before, which is really critical in this part of the world to make things happen. Questions? Dave?
Amy, I was much taken by your biblical references to drought, fire, and flood, the only one being absent, pestilence, but I'm sure that's in there somehow too.
Yeah, sure.
My question actually is on the you mentioned the free river flows in improvement of some of the ponds. Are those free river flows, when we get them, are they used for, you know, ecological purposes? Are they used for ag, or how are those flows used, and how are those ponds then used with those?
A little bit of both. So in the case of, say, Sawhill ponds, they were so low. We really wanted to get those ponds up, and we were watching for equalization between the ponds. Mesa Reservoir, same thing, ecological. What's great about, so free river and the way we divert water, we divert it for irrigation, right? But there are ancillary benefits to that. And so every time we fill something, it's either for agriculture, it's some agricultural use. So it's stock water, irrigation, whatever that water right is decreed for is what we divert it for. If it's free river, that just typically means for us that we would divert under a decree that's very junior. So it's like a 1986 decree or something like that. But yes, ecological side benefits are kind of what we're looking at, but also, you know, irrigation and such.
Right, thanks.
Carolyn?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. That was actually super, super interesting to listen to. If you could just speak for a couple of minutes, if there is a connection between how the water commissioners work and when you were talking about water rights from irrigation to municipal use, just kind of the standards that are presented to you guys and how that process works.
So you're talking about water rights change decrees and changing that water over?
You had talked about, you were saying in like the northern area that water rights from irrigation to municipal use is something, you know, to watch for. And I guess just a quick, just, you know, a couple of minutes understanding of how that process would even work, or how, you know, if something like that is coming down the road or.
That's great. Yeah, absolutely. So we monitor something called the Water Court Resume, and it comes out every month, and there are water court cases in that are from each division. So you get there's 7 divisions of water in the state. And so we monitor those, and when we see something that's looks like it could be a threat to the water rights that we have in our portfolio, we file for a statement of opposition. And then we learn more about the water filing and such. So if you're, say, a city downstream and you want to change, you want to buy a bunch of agricultural water rights, and you change them from agricultural to industrial or agricultural to municipals, let's say that, you would do a full analysis on the consumptive use of that water. What was used by the plant, and then you would dry up that field, right? You take the water off the field, you'd have to prove that that field is dried up, and then you take that consumptive use portion and you can divert it somewhere else. So that's why we're concerned, is because we don't want to see farms drying up. I think that's the bottom line for us, is our concern about that. As far as the administration of the creek, that's a little different topic. That's something different. That's basically, we had the same water commissioner for 25 years, and he just would sit down with us at McDonald's and decide who gets what water, and we'd all kind of share. And it was very informal, but yet he looked at everything. Now we're going towards more of a data-based system, where it's like, here's the flow here, here's your decree here, this is the number, the admin, etc. So it is very different for us, and we're adjusting to that. All right. Any other water questions? I could talk about water all night, so
thanks, Amy.
Better cut me off. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. Thanks, Andy. Super informative. Just a little bit of, I forgot to say this, a little bit of stage setting. You may have realized the last 5 or 6 meetings, there's been a little bit of a push to provide you some program updates, such as water and agriculture. And we got one more tonight, volunteer service learning and partnerships. And the reason strategically of putting these forward is because we're going to start talking budget. We're going to start talking work plans. And it's super helpful, I think, for you all to have context. You see a one sentence description of a project, and without this type of background, it's going to be very hard for you all to know like what that relates to or what the benefits are of that. So one of the reasons that I strategically look forward to placing these before you is because it's really what I think is one of the most effective ways for us to all get on a same page in terms of a deeper understanding of what our program work does, that then rolls up to budget items and work plan items. And I also thought it was fascinating too, is I know a lot of you have talked to me over the years about, some concerns, the fact about community engagement, especially in COVID, that that is drying up more than it feels comfortable to you all. And I think that Amy brings up raised some really good things here about engagement that is happening at the program level. It may not be the department as a whole, like we had to do or wanted to do a lot of engagement around the master plan, but each program area has certain levels of engagement that does go on. So I think that's another illuminating thing to understand about how we outreach in the community at the programmatic level as well. So just wanted to provide that little bit of understanding of why I think spending some time at the program level is just important context setting. And with that, I'm going to bring up Janelle Freeston, who is going to provide you all with our last program update. And just as you can imagine, Janelle is going to talk a lot about volunteers. And you all are volunteers. So I know I'm speaking to the crowd here by saying that staff cannot possibly go it alone. I mean, this Amy's picture of the complications that are out there and the challenges that are out there, and that's just one program area of a sort of a urban interface open space system. This has to involve hundreds and thousands of community members for us to be as effective and efficient as we want to be. So how we engage our community members in the day-to-day work of the organization is so vitally important. And we have a whole program area that's devoted to bringing in volunteers and putting them to work in ways that they want to be involved and in the ways that we need them to be involved. So Janelle's going to paint a little picture of how that's done. So turn things over to her. You're getting there.
Leah, can you unmute her?
Can somebody unmute Janelle? There we go.
Yeah, I'm like, oh no, I can't unmute. Thank you, Karen. Good evening, trustees. Thank you, Dan, for that great segue, because this is such a form, a huge, important form of engagement is volunteerism, and also the Junior Ranger program. Here, hold on, I'm gonna make my slides big, and partnerships. And so that's gonna be the theme that I'll be sharing tonight. Can you all see that full screen? Yep. Okay, great, wonderful. We will be doing a looking back at 2021, a looking ahead, and also a chance to give gratitude, as next week is National Volunteer Week. And again, thank you to all of you, OSBT, for your incredible service to our department in these key ways. And we'll also be sharing, there's a theme that's been running through this last year, right? As we're still in COVID, we've been hearing from volunteers and junior rangers and Ready to Work that doing those hands-on things in a tangible way is so restorative. And we also know it's restorative to the land. And I'll be sharing specifically how we implement the master plan. So I'm looking forward to sharing these updates with you. So again, we're gonna start off in just a minute with who we are, who is the VSLP team, such a long acronym. What is VSLP again? Focusing particularly on what our goals were for last year, the focus and the impact, again, that these amazing community members, junior rangers, and Ready to Work teams were able to accomplish. We will then take a look even more closely through the master plan lens. Again, then look at our plans for the future. And then we're going to end the presentation with a chance. Dave Kuntz will be sharing a declaration for National Volunteer Week, as well as some questions and discussion. So first, again, we're going to kick it off by learning a little bit more about VSLP and this amazing team that I'm honored to be able to work with. We are the ones, if you think of this, we are the conduit in the community. We are the staff team that are looking for ways. We're working with project sponsors and so many staff at OSMP, over 40 staff at OSMP, to find hands-on projects for, again, volunteers, Ready to Work, junior rangers to interact with. So it's not necessarily that the projects are originating from our team. It's that we are, again, those connectors that are engaging and making those possible, those connections possible. So I'm gonna bounce around this slide for a little bit. And I'll say, if you include the Junior Ranger program in 2021, even though we were still in a pandemic, we were able to engage with over 2,000 people in our community. So we feel really proud about that. So starting from, I am gonna bounce around, but we will start to the left, Natasha Steinman, and she was here in August to present the Junior Ranger program. So she runs the Junior Ranger program with assistance from Marley Sanders and Alejandro Yaquez Caro. And then we have Kristen Weinberger in the middle. She's one of our volunteer program managers. She focuses on group projects, so one-day volunteer projects, as well as Ready to Work, specifically a little bit more focused on the resource stewardship service area. And I'll get to that in a little bit on the next slide. And then Halise Rupi, also volunteer program manager, and she focuses a little bit more on, well, completely on ongoing volunteer opportunities. So wildlife monitors, supporting those programs, staff assistants, restoration volunteers that make long-term commitments.
Yeah, Janelle, if I could interrupt you just for
perfect.
1 second, because you mentioned Halisa's name. Oh, and I just thought it would be nice to acknowledge that we're in the last month of Halisa's employment with the Open Space and Mountain Park. She'll be retiring after many years of service with our group. So I just wanted to acknowledge Halisa's many years of service to our department and to our community, and to wish her all the best in her next adventure in life. So best of luck to you, Halise.
Thank you, Dan. And yes, Halise has left such an amazing imprint on this program that's been around since the 80s, and even before that. I mean, volunteers helped to create the first trails in the early Chautauqua days. So Halise has definitely made such an important impact on staff as well as the volunteers. And yeah, well said, Dan. We're gonna miss her dearly. And she's working really closely. Our team is working on transition plans right now. And so Debbie Cushman, who's standing right next to Halise in this picture, she will be taking over the helm for that portion of VSLP, for being that liaison for the ongoing volunteer programs. So really grateful for that. Huge team effort. And then let's see, we also have, I want to make sure I get everyone here. Did I mention, okay, Hales Brown, standing next to Natasha, between me and Natasha. Hales is our VSLP field lead. So Hales is out there day in, day out, working with the Ready to Work team and volunteer groups in the field. Even on some of these windy days, you know, any day of the week, Ready to Work's out there Monday through Thursday. So just be thinking of them. They're working really hard. And then, so that's our team, 8 of us total, 4 are full-time, 4 are temps. So grateful for that. And then I also wanted to show Bo Clark and Dave Berry. They're not part of our work group per se. They're in the Trails and Facilities service area. They work really closely with us. So Bo Clark, he manages the Trails one-day projects, and then Dave Berry, he manages Trailheads projects, Scout projects, as well as community service. And then finally, I will share volunteer cooperative. Huge shout out to our colleagues in other city departments. We meet with them monthly to share best practices, help each other recruit, and work on the volunteer databases and handbooks. So huge kudos. And I will say one more thing, again, over 40 staff work with volunteers in our department. We're the volunteer coordinators, where it's like in our job title. So many other staff make this happen. And we've heard so many times how volunteers so appreciate, like the #1 way they want to be recognized and thanked is to have time with staff, to learn from staff through trainings and, you know, the on the ground daily teachable moments that they receive. So thank you to every single one of you out there. And thank you, OSMP volunteers, if you're tuning in tonight. So moving on, oh, sorry, went a little too forward there. So here's what I did want to show. Again, the volunteer service learning and partnerships, we're like a core service, right? We are connecting. There's a lot of breadth to what we do, and we depend on other work groups again, and they depend on us. It's this really nice symbiotic relationship. You will see again, we provide a lot of service to John Potter's work group, as Amy shared, again, Ready to Work, helping clear the ditches, like over 70,000 feet, I believe you said, of ditch, incredible. So a lot to John Potter's service area, as well as Trails and Facilities again. And then also education and outreach. So you're thinking of naturalists that are supporting our programming there, outreach volunteers who are at the trailheads and trail guides and bike patrol, both supporting education outreach and the rangers. And of course, I want to shout out to Leah. Thank you, Leah. You are a volunteer manager, right, for the board, the liaison to the board. And so again, this just gives you a snapshot of how our services impact the rest of the department. And so now I'm going to talk about the 4 focus areas that we had for 2021. Again, returning to pre-pandemic offerings. We were able to do that, except for a few things we still weren't able to offer to volunteers because either, for example, the Ranger Cottage wasn't open. Volunteer naturalists, again, weren't able to get into the classrooms as much because of COVID. So we're getting there, but there still were a few things that we weren't completely up and running on. Our team, we also have kicked off our strategic operational plans. We've been meeting with work groups to get their feedback and insight on, for the next 5 years, you know, how do our services and initiatives serve them, and how can we better serve their needs and anticipate the needs where volunteers and junior rangers and Ready to Work can help. And then, of course, implementing and reporting on our master plan progress, which you'll see here in a minute. And then also something we're really proud on, this was a citywide accomplishment. We became recertified as a service enterprise through Points of Light. And what that means is that we utilize volunteers at all levels of the organization, and we utilize best management practices for volunteerism. So think of it like a LEED certification in the volunteer world. So we're really, really proud about that. And, you know, tonight I will be sharing mostly the good news, the good stories, the inspiration. And I do want to say it was a tough, you know, it was another tough year for our community. And, you know, we don't want to make light of that. There were some volunteers that still couldn't volunteer because they didn't feel comfortable in the COVID environment when the numbers were high. And at the end of the year, some of our volunteers were affected both indirectly and directly from the Marshall fires. And it's hard, right? I mean, the volunteers become our colleagues, our friends. And so it's hard to see them going through these hard times. We're all in it together. I will say the things that we've heard, the inspirational pieces, when people were able to get out on the land, again, we've heard it so many times in our community, how important open space and mountain parks is for their well-being, for their mental health, to be able to restore, to be able to take their mind off the day-to-day stresses and struggles. And so more than ever, again, that's like kind of a theme that ran through this year. And we're just so grateful that we have the system that we can connect with our community in this really meaningful way. So now, whoa, here's the quantifiable impact. It's a big one. And we know, I'll show in the next slide how this compares to previous years for participation. And again, as I mentioned, we know numbers are one way to measure this, and we know there's so many other ways as well. We're so grateful for this impact, right? It provides such a value added for our department. So I'm just gonna let you soak in the numbers for a minute, read the quotes, and then I'll move on to share some of the details of what these numbers, what's behind these numbers. Great, and I will say also in our annual report that'll be coming out in conjunction with the OSBT virtual open house, we have more testimonials and more information behind everything that I'm presenting tonight. Great, so here's just a few. Again, there's so many, there's pages. There's like 17 pages so far of our annual report. So grateful for the volunteers that you may have seen some of them at the Chautauqua Trailhead, helping to give out, again, COVID information, trail suggestions. That continued in 2021, and we really depended on that. Hundreds of volunteers came out to help restore our trails and dig in literally into the dirt and you know, maintain and improve our trail system. We also kicked off the Let's Do It campaign that you may have read about in our past update emails. So that was a success, going out there, educating about dog poop, picking that up and getting some stewards along the way. And then youth, which definitely is one of our target audiences for our work group for sure. We're just really grateful that we were able to provide, not us, like our department was able to provide opportunities, and we linked those opportunities for the youth to be able to connect. So really excited about that. And I will say we are recruiting for some volunteer openings right now. So everyone watching online, go to our website, take a look at what's coming up for us. National Trails Day will be coming up in June. So a lot of good opportunities. So here, as I was mentioning, here's where the participation landed for last year. First, we'll take a step out for a minute. If you notice, after the flood, so after the 2013 floods, we definitely saw an increase in interest in volunteerism, rightfully so. We were able to continue gradually increasing after the flood, those years after the flood. And then you see COVID. So, you know, obviously some of our programming, as you know, you heard last year, we had to shut down. We were basically, you know, for 3 months, there was hardly any volunteerism happening. And then this last year, we were able to make some rebounds. So that's going to be one of our goals for next year, is to continue to get back to 2019 levels. And I will say a really amazing thing. So participation has gone down and is going back up. For hours last year, volunteers gave 19,000 hours. And in 2019, it was 18,000 and change, right? And so contradictory to national trends are showing that, right? Folks are trying to, you know, they're volunteering for a lot of different things and maybe giving like 5 hours a month at several different places. We're just not seeing that here. We're still seeing that even if our numbers are going down, people are still willing to give a lot of their time, which is a huge testament, again, to the power of this system and the power of the staff who are leading and supporting these volunteers. So speaking of that, we put out an annual, again, this is one of the measurement methods, right, for our programming. It's the numbers, of course, but it's also the impact, that personal impact. This is a relational profession. Folks are still really satisfied with their volunteerism. We asked them several questions. I'm going to just share a couple of them here. And then again, this quote. So I'll let you go ahead and read that again for a minute. Okay, so that was volunteer services. We'll have a few more things when I get to the master plan piece. Now we're going to do a quick segue into the Junior Ranger program, which is one of the 4 legs of our 4-legged stool for VSLP. Again, Natasha did give an update in August, and I will say definitely check out the Junior Ranger 2021 program. For right now, I'm going to mainly focus on the achievement that their staff put a lot of effort into, along with Juanita Echeverry, and a very important partnership with Nature Kids Boulder. And that is that over the years, we've been looking at the barriers and really partnering and asking questions like, how can we increase diversity in this program? It's so important to get youth to represent our community as part of this really powerful experience. And so making some tweaks in the application, doing some one-on-one, well, a lot of one-on-one workshops, presentations, meeting families in the community, telling them more about the Junior Ranger program, letting them know this is your program. This is not our program. This is for you. This is for everyone. They were able to see some successes in that, which I will share later. Super excited about that. So huge kudos to, again, Natasha, Juanita, and her team for making those efforts, as well as Nature Kids Boulder. So the Ready to Work program, you heard about them tonight. Again, amazing program. So this is a program that provides adults experiencing homelessness with a unique opportunity to work. And we've been working with them for many, many years now. Kristen Weinberger, again, is the lead for this program. And I'd like to point out that even though it was in 2020, you'll see the one photo here, we received, the City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks received their Employer of the Year award in 2020. And that's no small accomplishment. That's a huge testament to the trust that's been built over the years, and again, the tangible effects. And some former Ready to Work members have been hired in city departments, including OSMP. So just incredible, incredible stories there. I won't go into all these bulleted points, just know that they're making quite a dent in the system. They work really hard, they work fast, and they are supporting many master plan priorities. We're so grateful to work with them. And then another partnership impact, for partners that are watching tonight, just know, OSMP, we work with on different levels, right? Whether it's operational, through education, like Amy said, through the agricultural program. There's over 300 partners that OSMP works with. So we could not do this without all of our partners. They're an extension of our delivery system for our services, and we're so appreciative. For tonight, I'll call out Flatirons Climbing Council. We did have them highlighted for one of our volunteer spotlights. You'll notice once a quarter on the volunteer webpage, we're going to be spotlighting a volunteer or partner, and FCC is both of those. And we were so happy to be able to recognize them. And we nominated them, Lisa Gonzalo on staff, as well as Rick Hatfield, nominated them for a COSA Blue Grandma Award, which they were awarded in October. Amazing. For those who don't know, huge supporters of the Raptor program, helped us get the closures up and running decades ago. They also educate climbers about the closures, help with the bolded routes, and then do a ton of volunteering, particularly on the trash bash. So we're so proud of that. And then internally, last thing on this piece of partnerships, there's an internal staff team as well as a citywide staff team, and we meet monthly, quarterly to be able to just share resources again and say, hey, which MOUs are coming up for renewal? How can we better support our partners? Who's working with different partners to be more streamlined? So that's something that originates in our work group that we help to coordinate some of those efforts. And again, huge kudos to staff who work with all these amazing community partners. And so last partnership update, speaking of an amazing community partner, the Boulder Open Space Conservancy, I will highlight that. They were, as a reminder, they were established in 2017 through an agreement in partnership with OSMP to leverage funds to support OSMP. And last year, their really big accomplishment is that they were able to raise $34,000 through a project agreement to support Mount Sanitas. So that's really exciting work. They're hoping this year to continue that focus and to raise close to more, they want to get over total over $100,000. So they're really excited about that. So more to come from BOSC. Folks watching, please check out bosc.org and check out some of their exciting programming coming up. And then transitioning to master plan implementation. There's 10 more slides here. I'm going to go through them quickly because some of these things I've already touched on, but this is a different lens, a different way to look at how our programs support the master plan. And again, as I was mentioning, you know, some of these are direct, some of these are indirect. The direct links are mostly through CCEI, and all of our programming do support these other areas, which I will show here in a minute. So it's CCEI 1, welcoming diverse backgrounds and abilities. Here's what I was mentioning earlier with the Junior Ranger program. It was their goal, again, how incredible to be able to increase diversity of applicants. And you can see on these two bottom pie charts, pie graphs, that they were able to, you know, move the needle a little bit. We know we have a ways to go, and this is a start. And Natasha and her team are fully committed, again, with the partnership with Nature Kids Boulder and Juanita, to continue to move that needle. And this year we did hire Alejandro Yaquez Caro, who's bilingual. And so he's going to be focusing on that specifically. So really excited about that. And again, check out that Junior Ranger report. Super inspirational. Another thing, our volunteers particularly help enhance communication with visitors, right? Again, we mentioned this earlier. Some of the other things you might not be aware, last year, these public contact volunteers helped to educate about the New Zealand mud snails. They 100% staff the Flagstaff Nature Center. And then even before the NCAR fires, we had, well, actually last summer, volunteers were asking, can we help with fire closures if there's a fire? So trainings had already been underway and they just had another one this weekend. So, you know, the volunteers, whether it's an emergency or a normal day in our busy park system, so grateful for them. And you'll notice, I don't know if you can see, here's my uniform, right? This last year, we had the volunteers, the public contact volunteers, upgrade to a new uniform to match and align with the CCMP uniform, so they have more visibility and presence in the field. And we've gotten really good feedback from both the volunteers and, you know, community members, because we've heard from the volunteers they're being asked more questions because they are more visible. And then connecting youth to outdoors, again, mentioned some of this before. On this slide, I do want to, again, give a shout out to the naturalists. It's been hard, right? Because COVID, they weren't able to go in the classrooms. So they've been able to reinvent the way that they provide programming and share this amazing resource with young students and kids of all ages. So that bottom photo is a masked hike when we were at the height of COVID. They've been doing some virtual programming, and now they're getting ready to gear up to hopefully next school year have more of a normal season. And then again, lots of youth that we were able, gratefully, to be able to connect to our lands through trails projects and the Junior Ranger program. So here's the slide I wanted to mention for cultivating leaders in stewardship. This is a featured volunteer. So when I mentioned the Let's Do It campaign, you know, we have these one-day campaigns and we're trying to get people inspired. He started doing this before that. However, this is a volunteer who on his own accord wants to go out and pick up dog waste because it's important to him. So we have him featured on it's Steve Altman, and we have him featured on our website right now. There are a couple of volunteers that also were volunteering to pick up dog waste around Boulder Valley Ranch. So really, again, grateful, and we're always humbled by all the different ways that people are willing to get involved. And then for this one, I want to point out another piece that's integral that you might not think about. On volunteer projects, Junior Ranger program, it is service learning. We are, our staff liaisons are always there to help give information so that folks understand why OSMP is doing something. Tell me more about, how we make the decisions we do. And it's so impactful for the volunteers. Again, that's what they really want to get out of this. They're sharing their skills, but they also are getting so much back by having that deeper understanding and connection with the land. So grateful for that. And you'll see this quote, "I had no idea how big OSMP is and how complex the land management systems are. I really want to continue helping with service to OSMP." Great, okay, there's just a few more. Controlling invasive species. This one, if you haven't heard of them, whoa, the Skunk Creek Weeders, they are incredible. They invested over 700 hours to pull probably thousands, I don't know, hundreds, definitely hundreds of pounds of myrtle spurge and other invasives in the Skunk Creek area. Incredible. As well as the Boulder Community Hospital team, a smaller team, and just as mighty, they are supporting Megan Bowes with her restoration efforts and pulling weeds in that corridor. So again, really grateful. It's just, again, that testament, even a small group of people can make such a big impact. Moving right along, EHR. These are our backbone. These are some of the first volunteer programs that OSMP had. These bottom pictures, the bat monitoring, raptor monitoring. These volunteers, if we're able to pull a pie chart together, you would see their hours. It's usually public contact monitoring, and then actually OSBT, y'all are usually third in top hours invested. So really incredible. And just want to give a call out. We had a new program this year, agricultural monitors, 2 volunteers, maybe it was 3, just a handful, were able to get as much monitoring done and that a staff person could have gotten in the whole season. I think it sounds like they got 3 times as much done, well, there's 3 of them, than the staff person could. So Ryan Middleton is very grateful for them. And then last master plan alignment we wanted to show, and again, more will be in the annual report. This is Bo Clark's area, right, of expertise. This is where he's connecting folks of all ages out into the field on our trails, and again, huge impact there. I'll let you kind of digest some of these numbers here, as well as he gives a quote here about his gratitude towards the Junior Ranger program and really helping to support our RSE too. So I'll let you take in some of his metrics here. Great. And now transitioning to the future. What are our goals? What are our plans? We're going to be focusing on, as I mentioned before, continuing to restore to 2019 participation levels. We're going to have a climate change focus, particularly for volunteer projects, the volunteer projects where it makes sense. We're going to test this out to see, will this inspire other people to get involved? Because so many people are going to want to give back and have some way to help address climate change. And so projects, for example, like seed collections might be a way. There is that link there, because then we're collecting seed, we're protecting native habitat, and then that seed will then be used on restoration projects in the future. So that's one example where we're hoping to make that link and have staff on hand to be able to talk a little bit more about climate change as well. So stay tuned for those. We'll pilot a couple of them this year. And then we want to continue to build more hands-on opportunities for youth, because not every volunteer project is appropriate for youth. Our staff, they do really think hard about that. We're putting these projects together, and we're thinking of all those things, the safety considerations. Is it age appropriate? Is the time right? So it takes some time to do that. And that's one of our goals, to be able to identify more projects where we can invite families and youth to come participate. We're going to explore more equity and diversity initiatives. Again, I mentioned we do have Alejandro on staff. We're really excited about that. Then we're going to continue to train public contact volunteers to help out with messaging out at our trailheads and reporting as eyes and ears. And then, as I mentioned, continue to train a core dedicated group of existing volunteers on fire, being able to respond when we have fire closures. And with that, I will pass this over. Thank you all. And thank you again to all the volunteers and all the staff that support this amazing program, the Junior Rangers, the Ready to Work, and my team. It's truly such important work, and it's really gratifying. So now I'll turn it over to Dave to read the declaration for National Volunteer Week, which is next week.
Thank you, Janelle. That was great. And we really appreciate all of the work that you and your group are doing. I don't have to take my glasses off to read this. That's good. It gives me great pleasure to be able to do this. The Open Space Board of Trustees joins the staff of the City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks Department in recognizing all our volunteers during National Volunteer Week 2022. We salute the hundreds of Open Space and Mountain Parks volunteers who contributed their talents and efforts in helping the department carry out its city charter purposes for open space. This community of volunteers is an inspiration as their contributions help to protect the resources and provide for enjoyable experiences, making Boulder's open space and mountain parks a special place. So thank you all for that. I just wanted to add, before we go on, a couple of brief observations that are personal. You know, volunteers play such a critical role in helping to maintain and protect the community investment that is the Open Space and Mountain Parks program. And as you said, Janelle, the volunteer effort has had a long and colorful history. And you know, looking back, I'm especially reminded of, you know, the raptor monitoring program, which also has great national implications that other open space programs and natural land agencies are following as well. To the herbarium plant ladies who have historically come in and helped maintain the department's herbarium and collect information on rare species. And to Baker Armstrong and the brothers Briggs, Bill and Roger, who are stalwarts of the climbing community that go back years and years. Baker Armstrong was instrumental in helping to launched the Mountain Parks program and took a personal interest in protecting the mountain parks in the early part of the 20th century. And then, as you've said, to the hundreds of people and thousands of hours that have both helped to construct and maintain the 150 miles of trails that's on the open space and mountain park system. It's truly a special place and deserving of all of the contributions, and they are greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And thank you for mentioning that. So yep, again, it's such a relational thing. It's cool stuff. It's the humanity in it all, right? It's really important stuff. Thank you. And thank you again for your volunteerism. So as a wrap up, I hope that this was interesting, inspiring to hear about the past, the looking back, the looking forward, and again, that gratitude towards our community. We are looking forward to sharing more along the way. And 5 years from now, and next year we'll be in person, hopefully, right? When we give this report. So we're really grateful. Now I'll open it up for questions and discussion. If there aren't any questions, which I don't think will be the case, the one thing we're wondering, our team is wondering, you know, we're always wanting to hear, like, are you hearing anything from the community? Because you're serving that role as a volunteers. You're that liaison between our department. You're talking with your neighbors and community members. So if you're hearing ways about the way that people want to get involved, we would love to hear that. And of course, answer any of the other questions that you might have. So thank you again.
Yeah, Janelle, thank you so much for that presentation. It was super inspiring. You know, in particular, I loved hearing about your work with the Ready to Work program. It was really inspiring to hear those stories, and I hope you all can continue to work with them. And really seeing you grow, diversity through the Youth Ranger program is really exciting. You did mention, check out the Junior Ranger report. Check out the Junior Ranger report. Was that just the graphs on that slide, or is there actually a Junior Ranger report somewhere?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, there is a report. We're going to make it easier to find for the virtual open house in May. Right now, it is on the website. It's a little harder to find. You have to go to the main page, juniorrangers.org, or you can type it into the search. And then you go to alumni resources and then scroll to the bottom of the page, and you'll see going back to, I think, 2018, maybe before that, there are reports from all those years. So yes, it's, multi-page Junior Ranger report. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jill.
Yeah, thank you. And welcome again, John.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Janelle.
Thanks, Janelle. Karen, I'll just, we have a brief presentation next on budget. This is our first touch of 5. And this is our probably our briefest of the 5. And so I don't know if you've been wondering about a break or anything like that. And Sam, I hate to do this to you if Karen takes me up on it, but we probably have what, Sam, like a 10, 15-minute kind of presentation at tops?
About 15 minutes, yeah.
15 minutes. So, and then you might all have a couple of questions. So I'll just give you that perspective as far as what's left from matters from the department. And then of course we have the matters from the board.
I'm wondering if people want to take a 5-minute stretch break right now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. See you in 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right. Well, I kind of gave you the brief update that this is our first touch of 5. So we'll be with you, Sam will be with you for through August at each OSBT meeting, each of them with a slightly different theme. And tonight is more of the overview and theme and beginning to set the stage for our CIP discussions coming up. So with that, our senior manager over in our business services work group, Sam McQueen, take it from here.
Thank you. Just getting my slides up. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, great. Okay. Good evening, trustees. My name is Sam McQueen, as Dan mentioned. I'm the Business Services Senior Manager for OSMP. It's nice to see many of you again and great to meet you, John. I'm joined tonight by Senior Accountant Cole Moffitt, and we're looking forward to providing a work plan and budget update with you as we move into our 2023 budget planning season. We'll be the main presenters for budget work over the next few months. Our goal for this meeting is to ensure the OSBT has an understanding of the city's budget development process ahead of the May business meeting. You'll hear from us a few more times over the next several months, and we'll walk you through those touch points shortly. So we just started this presentation by sharing our goal for this session. In our meeting tonight, we'll provide you with an overview of OSMP and the city's budget process, share economic conditions and draft 2021 revenue collections, and discuss our department's work planning process for the 2023 budget development. We'll have some time for questions at the end too. So this is our first touch point on the budget. City Council will receive a budget and revenue update from the Finance Department in late April. We'll come back in May with our draft 2023 CIP. Then this goes to the city's planning department for additional review in late May. We'll have a public hearing, discussion, and your recommendation of the 2023 CIP at the June business meeting. After that, we'll meet with the executive budget team, which is comprised of a group of city leaders to discuss the budget. We'll shift to the draft 2023 operating budget at the July and August business meetings. And finally, our CIP will go to the planning board in August, and both the CIP and operating budget will go to the city council for review in September and October. We'll be coming to you over those meetings to discuss two main budget components. So we'll discuss the CIP, or capital improvement program, with you at the May and June business meetings. And the CIP focuses on maintenance and enhancement of public infrastructure and includes projects that total $50,000 or more. We'll collect questions and feedback from you at the May business meeting for refinements before June recommendation. Then we'll discuss the operating budget with you at the July and August business meetings, and that operating budget funds core services and day-to-day functions for the department, including personnel expenditures and ongoing programs. So I'm going to turn it over to Cole from here to give a more detailed overview of the budget process.
Thank you, Sam. Starting with fund management, the Open Space Fund is a special revenue government fund utilized specifically for open space purposes. And here at Open Space, our view of best practices and fund stewardship are being fiscally conservative, sustainable for the 6-year horizon and beyond, and providing transparent budgets. The Open Space Fund Financial is basically our income statement, if you will. It consists of revenues, expenditures, and also reserves. Next slide, please. So majority of the Open Space Fund revenue is sales and use tax. So forecasts come from the finance department annually, shown over the 6-year rolling horizon. Refinements made annually based on updated projections. And as you can imagine, projections can change. Projections for the COVID year of 2021 actually had revenue collections exceed expectations. And so it's a moving target that we constantly factor into our budgets as we make them. And we are currently awaiting updated 2023 projections from finance, and we will keep you updated on this as we continue to hear more. So the basis of the sales and use tax for open space is shown in tax increments. And so 40% sales tax in perpetuity. This was the original sales tax vote in Boulder in 1967. And since then, there have been more ballot measures. And additionally, there have been ballot measures that have reached the end of their term. And so 33% was reduced to 22% with a roll off in 2019, and will be further reduced to 10% through the year 2035. And then also through the 2019 ballot measure, the 0.15% sales tax was extended. Next slide, please. And so we can, OSMP maintains high contingency reserves. We maintain these at about 20% of operating costs and debt each year. This allows us to be adaptable and planning for unplanned events and emergency response and recovery through things like the Marshall Fire and the 2013 flood. And as you probably know, the city has to pay for these costs up front and then are later reimbursed by FEMA on the back end. So having reserves for events like these are a must, and for just general economic cycles. One other component is the adjustment to base. And this happens twice a year where we're able to add either revenue or expense budgets to the base budget that we set in the prior year. So we set budgets months before they go live in the next year. So we have two chances to add to that. And this includes the carryover of multi-year projects or anything that is unplanned. Next slide, please. And so outside of the normal 2 ATBs, we sometimes have things called special ATBs for significant unplanned events, such as the Marshall Fire. And finance wanted to keep these costs separate from our normal adjustments to base. So we had a special adjustment to base earlier this year in which OSMP staff conducted damage assessments and have come up with about a 1.6 million cost for the Marshall Fire in terms of damages and staff time for response and recovery. And this was submitted by special ATB earlier this year. This also included a 2-year extension of a position to support FEMA reimbursement through this fire and still through the 2013 flood from an administrative perspective, and $10,000 in grant revenue from the History Colorado for the Fox Stone Barn that was lost. So for this year's adjustment to base, we have submitted a draft to finance at this point, and we had the highlights of that specifically are in the memo, but essentially we had additional revenues of about $600,000 from grants, and that was mostly comprised of $500,000 from GOCO for the Lippincott purchase with Jefferson County. We applied for that grant with the 2019 acquisition, and we just received those funds recently. And this helped cover about $400,000 in additional expenses related to our compensation structure for 2022 as well. And next slide. Toss back over to Sam. Thank you.
Thanks, Cole. So Cole mentioned that we received draft revenue projections from the finance department to help develop our budget and refine our work plan. 2021 revenues are a key part of developing our 2023 budget recommendations. So far, draft 2021 revenues from the finance department outperformed expectations. We're estimating a nearly 6.5% increase in open space fund revenue from 2020 to 2021, which reflects a recovery from COVID-19 revenue impacts. In particular, we're seeing a draft 20% increase in retail sales tax revenue. As Cole mentioned earlier, retail sales tax makes up a majority of our revenues each year, and the increased collections make up for fluctuations in less consistent revenue sources like construction and business use taxes. You can find a detailed breakdown of additional revenues in the memo. We'll continue to update you on draft 2021 revenue collections as we meet over the next few months. So now that you've heard about our major budget components and how we manage revenues, expenditures, and reserves in the department, we'll close out the presentation with OSMP's work planning process that's used to ensure that we spend our dollars in line with priorities. So budgeting really begins with a robust work planning process. For the 2023 budget, staff began that work to identify key projects in late 2021. CIP projects and operating budget changes are reviewed and selected for budget recommendation based on their connection to department priorities, plan commitments, scaling, phasing, and staff capacity to implement projects. We also build consensus for major budget components through a cross-functional work plan steering team, which includes staff representation from each service area to ensure the department is meeting our commitments to the community, including alignment to our approved master plan. So our presentations at the May through August business meetings will focus on the outcomes of those work planning efforts. And then finally, we want to share a quick update on citywide budgeting. So after OSMP develops our work plan and budget, I mentioned in an earlier slide that we bring our draft recommendations to city leadership and citywide review teams for review, approval, and eventual inclusion in the city manager's recommended budget. This happens in alignment with the recommendations we receive from you. So the city is making efficiencies to the budget development process this year, which includes use of new tools to submit our recommendations and request major budget changes. While the information we submit to the city is going to be the same, the final budget product may look a little different in the fall. So we'll keep you informed of the updates to the process as we meet over the next few months. And with that, as we look towards our next business meeting, does the OSBT have any questions about the budget process to ensure we're bringing forward the most useful content in May?
Sam, I have some questions. When you, so adjustment to base, you can do that to both the CIP and the operating?
We can, yes. Yeah, so the CIP side focuses more on carryover. So we can carry funds that cross for projects that cross multiple years from year to year. But typically, our adjustment to base focuses on operating budget because it's heavily focused on revenues that come in like grants and major adjustments for things like when we need to use some reserves for emergencies.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going through the list of under table 2 of the kinds of requests in the ATB one. And so I see a mixture of CIP and operating. So that's what I was just trying to understand of when it hits CIP and when it hits operating. I do see the CIP and salary line. Actually, not sure which. If I got my pages right. CR4. Oh yeah, so it's the last box in the table 2, which has to do with compensation. And so that is an adjustment to base appropriation of about $400,000 that goes to the operating budgets, right? It's not that it's getting moved from CIP to operating, that's just an operating adjustment to base.
That's right, yeah, and it will make it more clear, particularly as we move towards the May through August business meetings, of how that shows up in the fund financial. We're pulling from fund balance and moving it to operating budgets. So that will show up as, in the future, we're going to have it as ongoing operational costs, but we'll try to make that very clear for the next few meetings so we can show you where it's being pulled from in the fund financial and where it starts to show up in operating budgets.
Okay. And then
just one other point of clarification. So every department had impacts from the new comp and class rollout that began 3 years ago and was rolled out last year. And so a lot of departments had their adjustments through the general fund. And with us being a special fund, we're bringing ours forward in this way. But every department was impacted from that. This is not just an OSMP item.
Yeah, and let me clarify, I absolutely support that. I'm just trying to understand it. It's absolutely necessary that we do that compensation restructuring and leveling, but just trying to understand it. And then sometimes when salaries sometimes hit the CIP versus operating, and when we go through this, I think you'll explain it again in May, but just for our understanding, is that, how do you delineate that? Is it because it's a capitalizable project that you can then attribute that salary to, toward the CIP budget versus the operating budget? Is it a definition that's based on accounting rules and like it ends up on the balance sheet? Or is it an internal definition of how that could fit into the CIP budget versus the operating?
Yeah, so we have discretion for how we would like to charge those as a department. So each department can do this in different ways. Many departments will charge positions to CIP. We do have some positions that are charged to CIP, particularly as we look at how we fund our field season. If positions are particularly tied to certain projects that we've approved in the CIP, we'll make the decision to charge them to the CIP instead of the operating budget. Those are typically shorter term. They're not going to be positions that are necessarily funded for 20-year span or something like that. We try to fund those for the life of the project. For positions that get funded in the operating budget, those are our typical ongoing positions that would be funded separate, regardless of what CIP projects get funded. So we know that the work in this general service area needs to get done. So we'll fund all of the positions in the operating budget. And then, like I mentioned, if it's a project that's specific to, if it's a position that's specific to a project that gets approved in the CIP, we'll make the decision to fund it under that CIP project.
Is it fair to say that it's based on how the funding model is built versus, say, GAP?
So I think it's probably, we're not necessarily trying to fill gaps. with that CIP funding?
It's a GAP, G-A-A-P.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So I think
generally accepted accounting principles. For everybody else, I know you know that, but
yeah. So I was thinking more of like if we were funding missing gaps in here. I think our general practice has been that we approve the work. So I'll talk about it in sort of in our work planning process. So we approve the work as part of our work plan. And then as we start to dig into the more specific details, we decide how will this work get done? Is it going to get done with existing staff that are approved in our operating budget? Is it going to get done through contractors? Or will we hire staff under the CIP for some term to complete the project? And so we are following, we're really letting our work plan guide that decision making so that we're very clear up front about before we would post a position, exactly where we're going to fund it from. Does that, I can bring some, if there's some more details that would be helpful for May and future business meetings, I can also bring that too.
Yeah, and it may just only be applicable to me and my finance and accounting brain wanting to understand how specifically is CIP different in the granular details than operating, because we start to see some of the same lines in both. And it's not in my background, in my brain, I think capitalize it based on the rules that are set forth, that it can go then on your balance sheet eventually, because you're building it up, and then cash is going out, then you put it on your balance sheet. And so that's how I view capital. And when we talk about the CIP, capitalizing and salaries in other worlds can only be done, be capitalized if it meets these certain standards. I think it's different than the world that we're talking about. I just want to verify when I'm going into the CIP budget, I'm not looking at the GAP, GAAP definition, but more of how do we do the fund accounting on this and fund budgeting.
Yeah, I think we can bring you a lot more details on that as we start to dig into the CIP too, so that we're super clear about how we're funding our CIP and making those decisions.
Yeah, and in the memo, we could bring up sort of the city's definition that open space work under, and how some of our projects are a little different from typical city projects, when you're dealing with agriculture and water. And so there is a little bit of flexibility on how we could fit within sort of general city definitions of what they review as capital projects. So there is a little bit of nuancing that does get done within the open space definitional areas, but we could certainly provide some more information on that, and then also give you a sense of what more in the budget, Sam, right, of what is more sort of project-based versus personnel-based when it comes to that. I think what you'll find is the majority of these projects are, what you might be thinking of it as capital projects, but they are a little unique to the open space environment.
While we're on salaries, could I ask a follow-up question that may be related to some of this discussion? I think in this memo, we've learned about both increases in staff numbers and therefore salaries, and changes in salaries due to these kind of citywide changes that you've discussed. Can you tell me how those two compare in the total budget?
Yeah, so we've hit on a few different places. So I'll just let me know if I don't respond to your specific question.
Let me rephrase it, and that might help you. What percentage of the growth in salaries is due to the city's change of rules and compensation? And what percent is due to increase in numbers of staff?
Yeah, we can give you the specific number for our next business meeting. And for now, I can say for sure that we've done a lot of work to figure out what was just normal growth in staff and what have we calculated as normal growth versus what are we estimating to be the cost of implementing increases for comp and class? And so the $398,000 number that you saw on the ATB list is completely separate from just normal growth in staff. So we basically took positions, what we predicted that, or what we estimated the cost for each of those positions to be in 2022, what the compensation and classification structure implementation costs to increase that position's budget, and then you're just seeing the difference for the comp and class piece for the ATB.
So in comparison to that 400,000, what's the ballpark number for additional staff salaries? No.
So that nearly 400,000 is the increase of personnel costs for existing staff.
I understand that due to the changes in the city's rules. What I'm trying to get at is some kind of a number to compare with that is increases in salaries due to increases of hires.
Oh, so we actually, that number is not something that we had budgeted we hired what we predicted we would hire for 2022. And we're still on that path for the season. We typically estimate between, and we get this guidance from finance, 2.5% to 3% increase in salaries for things like merit. We also have increases in estimates for benefits. We had incorporated all of that in the 2022 budget that you had reviewed and approved last year. So we don't predict any changes to those numbers. The only changes that we're anticipating are related to compensation and classification structure.
I understand that. Let me try another tactic. What I'm trying to it says on page 1 of this memo that you're adding positions, right?
So Karen, if we add an additional position that doesn't exist right now of a standard full-time position that's not a seasonal crew member, that would be an addition to base. So we would actually have to seek approval for that new hire. So last year we brought 3 positions up for you, which you reviewed and recommended. So
right.
If we make any additions to staff outside of our crews this year, you will see that as part of our budgets forthcoming. So last year, Sam, we converted 3, which were non-standard temporary staff, and we converted those to a full-time staff, and that gets daylighted through the budget processing.
That's exactly right. Yep. And they are already considered in the 2022 budget.
So at this point, you don't have any idea of staff additions for 2023?
So if we do have staff additions for 2023 that we would recommend, we would bring those to you as part of this process between May and June, most likely at the the July and August business meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, there may be a couple. It's not going to be a big amount, but if we finalize our recommendations, if there's any additional staff that is involved in that, that will be part of what we bring to you.
I'm just trying to get a sense of what kind of increase we're having in the OSMP budget each year outside of this change of rules of the city on compensation.
And we'll always make sure to define I believe the piece you're looking at in the memo on page 1 was really us laying out that we felt confident enough in the economic conditions and from what the forecast we received from the finance department to be able to recommend those new positions last year and fully fund them in 2022. And so anytime we would make a recommendation to add positions, we would bring those to you as part of the budget planning process for the next fiscal year. And if we do add a position mid-year, which we're not anticipating doing right now, but if it were to come up at some point, we would always bring that to you so you could see it as a clear line that we're adding an increase to the budget.
Okay, Caroline?
Oh, mine was from a little ways back. I just didn't want to interrupt. I just wanted to double check that along with staff, if something was inserted into the CIP for like a work project, that contract work could also be in there.
Yeah, so many of our CIP projects can be contracted out. So we have contracts to do work on those CIP projects. So that's a lot of times the way that the projects are described, you may not see it as this work will be contracted out, but we can make that assumption that it will be. So yeah, it could include that. We are, the increases that you're seeing to CIP related to the ATV are really tied to revenues that we're receiving also. So we're not simply just increasing the CIP projects to continue contracted work or other types of work under them. We're receiving specific grant revenues that can support, or revenues from other sources that can support that work.
Sam, I have a couple of rather minor questions. In table 1, which is the draft 2021 revenues, there's a line, kind of at the top that says interest from pooled investments. What are pooled investments?
Yeah, so we can break that out for you. They are, we get investment income that gets, it gets categorized that way by the finance department. And so we do receive interest on a handful of things that we have. So I can look up what the pooled investments are and try to parse that out for you as a specific response to the question for May.
So is that a city budget component, or is it specifically open space?
So we get portions of the city revenue. So it is specific to open space. Any revenues you see in here are specific to the open space fund. But this, yeah, this is basically like our city invest in some low risk funds and we get some portion of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is,
but I can pull out exactly what those are for May.
Well, I was just wondering, this is an open space investing, specifically and stuff. It's the city that you get a component of whatever the interest.
It's really like our unappropriated fund balance gets invested in these low risk investment areas. We're not actively taking pieces of our current budget and making decisions on where to invest it.
Okay, good.
But I can give some more information on that and try to make sure that that gets included in the memo for May.
That would be helpful. The other thing that I need help with is the expression pay compression, which we are either trying to mitigate or avoid in the compensation. And I don't have any idea what pay compression actually means. Can you enlighten me?
Yeah, so
that, sorry.
Pardon?
What page is that?
That's at the bottom of page 5, under right under the table is in the compensation and classification, and it's referenced there, and then on the next page as well. And I just wonder. I've never heard of that. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, it's really in our terms for this, we would consider pay compression to be if positions at different levels are starting to bump up their pay ranges close to each other, and there's not room for employees in certain pay ranges or job levels to grow. It could also be positions in the same job families that don't have room to grow because they've hit a point where they cannot exceed a certain pay limit or pay amount or move up a grade, anything like that. So that's really we use compression to refer to that tightening of not being able to grow within a pay band or a grade. This compensation and classification structure that has been implemented now is really trying to get rid of those compression issues. So it creates unique pay bands and unique grades for positions so that there's not as much compression.
And so that's a citywide approach and not specifically open space.
That's correct.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Got it? That was simple.
That's me.
I have a couple more. Can you tell me on page 2 what the transfer from general fund is?
So I'm just pulling up the specific reference to make sure that I'm referring to the right thing.
The third item on table 1.
Yeah, so we used to receive transfers from the general fund.
That's right, they stopped, right?
Yeah, they did. I believe the 184,000 is a correction from a couple of years ago. And I'm gonna check on that one too. I'm highlighting the ones that I'm gonna bring back as specifics. So that's a draft number, but we did have some corrections to those transfers, but you're correct that we no longer do transfers from the general fund to supplement the open space fund.
Okay, and then down on oil and gas lease, it appears like there's a huge drop. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, I can look into that one too. It is still kind of early in the process, and we could be collecting additional revenues, but I'm highlighting that one as another one that will come back to you in May to look at the specific collections that were made in 2020 and 21 so that we can show the difference between those two.
Thank you. And then the last one in this table is down 4 up from the bottom. It's the real estate sales and pass-through item.
Yeah, so real estate sales and pass-through, those are typically one-time. So you'll see it's revenue when we sell property, when we have a pass-through for some reason. So you'll see some pass-through revenues in some years when we make real estate sales or act on, in some way, make a collection related to real estate. And then no revenues in other years when we're not collecting. So I can make sure that I get what the full 1.7 was. Yeah. And then.
Yeah, I know that one, Sam. As you know, when we bought the Coleman property and the Suits property, there was a home site on Area 2 property. And at the time of approval of the acquisition, we got approval to actually sell those home sites. Yep. And 1.8 reflected the home sales from those 2 properties.
Okay, thanks.
And there's nothing on the horizon. And if there was, you would all be informed and actually be involved in approving.
Thanks. Any other questions? On table 2, I have 2 other quick ones that Sam, you might want to note and come back with or answer directly. Do you have any idea on the top of page 5? Do you have any idea what the total rental income that this OSMP receives is? Just
I can get.
Wondering what the order of magnitude is for that.
And I'm just looking at that to make sure that I have the. And you're not speaking to facility rentals, is that right? You're looking at a different section.
I'm looking at the first full row of table 2 at the top of page 5. And this has to do with a management company that supports the rental of residences on OSMP land. And I'm not questioning that. I'm wondering, of the properties that OSMP rents, I'm assuming they're on ag lands, what's the total rental income that we receive from those properties?
Our residential lease program.
Yeah, I can come back with that number. We have that number.
Okay, great. And then I think the next row says that we anticipate a $25,000 increase each year into the future from water resources. Is that true?
So the $25,000, that is the additional cost. And we expect to have that $25,000 cost. And I just want to make sure that I'm speaking to the right thing on your, you're talking about the
ditch assessment.
The water resources operating budget ditch assessment. Yeah. So we do anticipate that that $25,000 is going to be the increase that we see every year. So it's not going to be $25,000 more than we budget every year. Once we have appropriated the $25,000 for 2023, which we'll bring to you all, we'll keep that as an ongoing budget item.
But not $25,000 in 2022 plus $25,000 in 2023 plus $25,000.
That's exactly right. It's not compounding. That's exactly right. It would just be a flat $25,000 and it'll show up once we approve it.
One time. Great.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
Hopefully.
When I read that, I thought, wow. Okay, any other questions? Great, I think we're set for the first of 5 touches with you.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Cole. And I have no verbal updates for you, Karen, so I'm going to turn things over to you.
Great. Down to the home stretch here. Okay, so under matters from the board, the first item has to do with the last motion from the March 9th board meeting minutes, where the board approved 1 or 2 authors to write and submit to the Daily Camera an op-ed to educate the public on the guidance regarding a disposal request. And this was a suggestion that originated with Michelle when we were talking about the public perhaps not knowing what we'd been doing about this. And so in the intervening month, I drafted and Caroline reviewed and worked on the draft that you received yesterday, I believe, by email. And I hope that everyone has had a chance to read that. What I'd like to do now is hear what your take is on having reviewed and that document, that draft document, and find out whether you have any revisions to suggest, substitute text, for instance, and hear whether you think we should be submitting this to the camera as we intended to do at the end of our last meeting, now that we have a draft in front of us. And when we get done with those questions, then I have some additional detailed questions about how to proceed. So Michelle, since you initiated this, what I thought was a great idea, why don't you start?
Yeah, and I want to just clarify that it wasn't me so much initiating this as an idea as so much as trying to find a compromise between that. What did you say earlier, Dave? There's differences in opinion, or it was a D word though. And I used the word spicy, how the meeting just kind of got really spicy, toward the end. And I know we did have some differences, and I offered this up as an option, mainly just to seek compromise. And so that Dave, you could feel like we were reaching out to the community, even though I really believe today that we did our part in the public process in the light of day over the course of seemingly a few years. But I just, that's what I was really offering up, because as an option, as a compromise, rather than that's something that I actually wanted.
And that's how I perceived it. And I thought it was a good suggestion. I was, not to go over already plowed ground, but I was just concerned that with the lack of public participation, that we really hadn't reached the community as effectively as we think we might have. And so this was just an attempt to make sure that we've got that ground covered. And I think it's a good idea. And I would support, if we can all reach agreement, having the entire board, submit this, or have this submitted from the entire board.
Okay, and I want to just add, go ahead, Caroline.
Oh, sorry, Karen, I printed out what was sent out yesterday, and I hope that I'm the one confused, but I think what was sent was like the original draft and not one.
No, it was a revised version of it.
Can Leah can you pull that up so we can see it as we're talking?
Yeah. Thanks, Leah. Michelle, would you like to comment on this draft, or?
Yeah, I guess the questions that came out in the email, and let me pull that up, were, should this document be submitted to the camera as a follow-up on the last motion? Sure. And I guess B, if so, who should be named as the authors, and should it say it on behalf of the OSBT? So I want to go back in my mind to I believe that the board's work was done, in the board meetings, and I think where we were offering up this motion to say, affirmatively that we authorized 2 members of the board to write a letter, kind of in my mind goes back to those board procedures that we revised a few months ago, where, we thought it wasn't wise for 2 board members to write an op-ed or a letter to the editor and on open space business, but state that they're writing on behalf as private citizens rather than as trustee members. And so that's where this kind of is rooted from. That's where I'm coming from, where we were saying, hey, we're going to actually, in the light of day, authorize 2 board members to write their own words into a commentary and submit that to the daily camera, rather than the OSBT is going to write a letter explaining what we did over the course of several months. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I had it divided in my head. And I'm totally fine with 2 people or 3 people, because we're doing it together here, to put their names on this. But I'm not really thinking that it's necessary that we sign it as a board and agree on every single word on it. And generally, like, you know, I'll leave it there for a second. So therefore, I don't feel the urge to try to edit it together.
Okay, just so I'm clearly understanding what I think you're communicating. I'm not exactly sure, but I think you said you would prefer that it just be submitted by authors rather than include, as I think Dave said, submitted on behalf of OSBT?
Yes.
And Karen, I hate to say this again, but what I'm looking at in front of me, since we're talking about authors, none of this is mine. I feel very sure that this was like the initial one that you sent to me. Leah, if you scroll down, does the bottom say note in all capital?
Yes.
So,
and in the response, in the email that I sent back to you before this came out,
yeah,
I explained to you the reasons why I incorporated or didn't incorporate your suggestions.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it the way it is, or having or not having any of the suggestions. I guess I'm just saying it because unless I'm losing my mind, I just don't see any. So either way, we can continue with the discussion, but I just wanted to say that if we're talking about the authoring.
Okay.
So Karen, I'm supportive of you writing the letter, and I'm supportive of the authors putting their names on it. Absolutely. And that's exactly what we authorized you to do in the last motion. But I don't really see the need to have this signed as the OSBT. As we mentioned earlier, the motion did pass unanimously eventually. And if anybody wanted to go in and watch how that all happened, evolved, they could. And I think we ultimately came to a good place.
Okay, and is your preference to or not to include your name?
My preference would be for it to not include my name.
Okay.
My name is on the motion and on the vote and in the whole process.
I understand.
So I'm fine with having my name included.
Yeah, I'm fine with mine as well. I just wanted to make the comment about the editing.
And given that I wasn't here and didn't work on this project, you know, I would abstain or not include my name. I don't want to take any credit for all the hard work that you all have put into this over the years.
Believe me, it's been hours and hours and hours. And weeks and weeks.
This is probably the only one you're going to be able to duck, John.
Okay. What I think I've heard is that for authors, it should include Dave, Caroline, and my names. And not include the phrase submitted on behalf of OSBT, and that it is ready to submit to the camera. Am I correct in that?
I think that's correct, Karen, but I think we need to have a little more explanatory accompaniment to the three signatories, in that we have, you know, I don't know, we say something that we are representing the board, or we have, you know, been authorized to, you know, to do this or something, because it looks a little weird that there are three board members and then it's not the entire board. So we ought to say that there's some official component to this submission.
Like to include that a motion was made in the meeting. Is that what you mean?
Well, the statements in the context of the piece, as Michelle has pointed out, say that the board unanimously took this action. I would see the names followed by members of the Open Space Board of Trustees as indication of who these people are who are authors.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Dan, do you have any suggestions or concerns or?
Well, I know if it was a staff letter regarding that, we would always run it by CAO just to make sure we're not blowing anything from a definitional standpoint. If you want, we could have a quick review of that to make sure we're quoting things right and things like that. I mean, obviously, everyone's going to have their own voice of how they would write things. So I'm not talking about that, but if you want to just be crystal clear that we're good to go on recitals and how we're describing charter and things like that, that would be that's the only thing that comes to mind. I think I'm a little bit in the camp of Michelle in terms of wordsmith. I mean, everybody's got their own writing style, and so I don't want to even begin from a staff perspective to maybe comment on that. But
a little bit of a change of personnel in the camera that was announced today in the camera has influenced this. Julie Marshall, who's been the editor of the editorial board, announced her change of employer today, and she will be leaving the camera as of Friday. So I was hoping that we could get it submitted before she left so that it didn't get stuck in the transition of waiting for a new editor of the editorial page.
Well, maybe in the interest of speed, I don't have to sign I mean, the motion was that you, Karen, and Caroline author it, and I don't have to be a signatory to it. I'm thinking, well, just the two of you can be the authors. And I think making it as simple as possible, given the situation on the camera end, is probably worthwhile. I mean, I'm good with you and Caroline being the authors.
How long would it take, Dan, to pass it through the city attorney's office?
Good question. Obviously, their plate's full, so
yeah.
I don't even want to give you an estimate. I don't know.
So if you sign it, Karen, Caroline, as members of Open Space Board of Trustees, it's written by the two of you. So far, Dave and I have not made any comments or I don't think to the substance of the actual text here. It is truly authored by the two of you, and you could submit it on as you know, and mention that you are Open Space Board of Trustees.
I think that's fine.
Does that sound okay, Dan? It doesn't need to go through legal if the two of them have crafted this on their own.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good point, Michelle.
Okay. Any other views?
Oh, I agree, and that's my reading of the rules. Looking at the rules and procedure doc, there was a unanimous vote for you all to go off and write on this topic, which, you know, authorizes you to do that. So, you know, I don't have an issue with it.
Okay. I will proceed to work on it tomorrow. And then the next item on the agenda has to do with the timing and options for our meeting formats. And Dan said to me, so what do you think about moving open space meetings off of Zoom and back into council chambers?
And Karen demanded that we stay on Zoom, and I tried to talk about it.
I said, no way. I said, you mean we're going to go back and have a buffet supper at 5:30 and go into council chambers and have our meetings, and there's going to be some kind of, what do you call it, hybrid connection with Zoom so that members of the public can join from the comfort of their living rooms. And I said, the board has been chomping at the bit for this for almost a year now. I don't see any negative that would stop the board from saying yes to that. So that this is an item on the agenda to see whether I've got that right or whether you all want to stay on Zoom.
Yeah, and if I could just, I think I know where the vote's going to go. We don't need a vote. I'm joking, but let me just provide you a little bit more flavor if you haven't been following the discussions, particularly with council. So beginning next week, Tuesday is going to be the first council meeting that council members and select staff that are directly participating in the meeting will be meeting in person. It does not include members of the public. So for the first month. So by definition, it's a hybrid meeting format. Beginning in mid-May, and I don't think I have the exact meeting. I think it's maybe the 17th council meeting will be the first meeting in which staff, council members, and the public would be attending in person in council chambers. And so, and May would also be the time when other city supporting staff, I'm thinking of Leah and Allison as well, would also get trained on how to utilize the technologies involved in making sure we can pull off a hybrid meeting. So all of us will be in person, but members of the public could, I think, still choose to participate in a hybrid format. So there's technologies that need to be tested. There's staff that need to be trained for that. So what my understanding is council wants to give it a try. Staff wants to do trainings. And then June will be the opportunity when boards and commissions could decide what format they would like to be in. I'm assuming you all want to be in person. So that would be, if everything goes as planned, and I don't hear otherwise, and if I do, I'll let you know. It could be that the June meeting would be our opportunity to return to chambers. And Leah, if you're aware of any updates to that I am not, feel free to chime in, but that was the latest information that I know about.
In June, is there still going to be a hybrid option for community members?
Yes. I believe that's the case. I think that it's, I think if people realize that there's benefits to both and want to be able to not lose the benefits of what the virtual option provides. Again, if I'm wrong in that, I will come back with more clarification, but I think that's the reason why we want this sort of, and when I say we, I mean the city wants to have a 6-week test period and training period, because I think it's going to be able to support hybrid meetings, meaning both.
And it's my understanding from the discussions that I've heard among council and staff that could be ongoing into the future, because they realize it makes the meetings more accessible to some members of the community to be able to join by Zoom as opposed to coming down to City Hall.
Yes, and in fact, so some of the nuances even on the council end is what I'm aware of is council study sessions will remain in a virtual and it would just be so regular meetings that would move into in-person and with the hybrid option, and study sessions will remain 100% virtual. So yes, the virtual option is not going to go away.
Okay, then thanks for all that information. I guess I'm happy to hear that community members will continue to have a virtual option. It sounds like regardless of how this goes. So, my perspective is, the world has changed. Out of necessity, we have been forced to figure out the technology. And yes, we've had lots of glitches, and yes, it's been challenging. It's been hard from just a human standpoint to get to know our colleagues. I started a new job a year ago, and only like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago met most of my colleagues in person, and my board, who I work for, indirectly. Got to meet them, I guess, like a week and a half ago. So it's definitely had its challenges, but I think it has forced us to think differently about how we interact with people and do our jobs. And I mean, I think going back 100% in person, and I'll say this as an employer, is just not really feasible for a lot of folks. And just because we've learned to work differently. So I think the world has changed. And I think, if the public can continue to do it virtually, I think that's great, because then they can pop in to the meeting whenever they want. And then they can attend more than one meeting in an evening, which I know somebody here does. And good for them. Me personally, am I psyched about being in City Hall until 11 o'clock p.m. when I need to parent and work the next day? Not really. So that's my take on that, is if I could continue to have an option as well. I think from my perspective, that would be ideal. I think in terms of board recruitment in the future, OSBT aside, I think other boards and commissions, having a diversity of people with different who are in different places in their lives, have the option to do this meeting or a board and commission meeting from their home, especially if it's going to go into the wee hours of the night, I think is better for diversity.
So Karen, unless my colleagues Leah and Allison know this question, we'll just confirm whether it's okay for, let's just say 3 trustees are in person on that night, 2 are virtual. Does that still constitute a quorum? I have a feeling the answer is yes, but we'll get confirmation on if it can be a mixed situation from the trustees' perspective.
Okay.
Dan, can you comment at all on how going back to in-person might kind of affect staff? I imagine it's tough to kind of have all of them there for every meeting, again, at City Hall until midnight. Would some of them have the option to attend virtually as well to kind of make it easier on them?
Yeah, there's some guidance. We came up with that great word. We're going to use it all the time now. There's some guidance around how city staff and council are going to be. And what they came up with is if you're a lead presenter on an item, the expectation would be is that you would be in person. If you have a support role, then there's some discretion involved in that. So I know there's a lot of our directors team and management team members that like to just listen in. Before, we used to all go to chambers and sit through it all. So if there are staff that's, I would imagine that we'd still have a good part of staff that would be participating virtually. I would say that, you know, there's sort of like a culture or just a way of doing things you would like to do it. And I think that we could look at that from a staff perspective of the arrangement they're coming up with how staff will support city council. And I think that we could come up with some general guidance for that. I would probably be in person as much as I can, for instance. In this meeting, it might be that the lead presenters, if it's possible, would try to be in person. If you have questions for some on an item, and a different person than a presenter could answer that, I think the expectation is that they would very well probably would be virtual, but they don't have to anticipate whether a question for them might come up in a meeting. So I think we'll probably be both from a staff perspective.
Has the city done a hybrid meeting yet?
An official, like a council or board or commission meeting in a hybrid? Yeah. I don't believe so.
That's the next council meeting.
Yeah, next Tuesday night. If you like spicy, Michelle, if you like spicy.
Well, I did this 2 weeks ago for my own job, and we had 7 board members present, and then we had 5 remote, and we had I think 4 staff remote. It is challenging.
Yeah.
It is super challenging. It was not insurmountable. Actually, I did a hybrid meeting last year for my job, and it was a board meeting. That was, I would say, bordering disaster in September. We tried to do it. We did do it on the top of the Museum of Boulder, so we could be outside. But it was extremely challenging. And but this last one 2 weeks ago, because I tested it and I went through it, and I have to say it worked out really well, but it is a huge effort. And the very best way to do that is if cameras are still pointed at everybody in the room, rather than panning out into the entire room, for folks who are remote to actually still be involved. And then you got to figure out the whole microphone thing. So anyway, I that'll be fun. That'll be spicy, and that'll be fun to watch, because I'm not the person who's responsible for it, at least. But the
good news is we're one of the boards that will meet in council chambers if that holds true, what we were doing up until COVID. So Leah, maybe we got to get that Wednesday night reserved. But chances are the technologies will all the kinks will have been worked through by the time. We won't be in a room that hasn't been sort of vetted and tested yet. So that's the good news from our perspective.
Yeah, and I can see how doing any of this out of doors would just really complicate it. And I haven't heard any council or board discussions that would lead to outdoor meetings. Okay, Dan, do you have enough?
Yep, I've got some questions that we could come back forward. I'll probably just provide it in the monthly e-update email. And or if there's any changes to what I just said, I will quickly update you as well. So, but we will pass this information on to the communication and engagement department, who's kind of heading up supporting these hybrid meetings, and let them know that our board would be in favor of having a lot of people in person, but want to confirm that it could be mixed and still meet the meeting laws of the city. So.
and Dan, somewhat associated with this, now that we know that we're going to have to, each of us will have to set up a separate email account for the city. Are you going to be able to provide, or Leah, is someone going to provide us with direction on how exactly that's going to work?
Yeah, it could be an existing account, Dave. It could be just setting up if you don't want to mix it and you just want to set up a new Gmail account, for instance, the only thing we need is just your email address for where do you want to direct correspondence to. So I don't know if you have any more details for that, but like, I think John is the great example where, John, you didn't have the other way in which the city supported your email, but so you just provided, I don't know if you set up a separate one or if you just went with your personal, but.
Obviously, the easiest way to do this is John's got his set up, and next year the new appointee would have theirs set up. And in the space of 4 years, everybody would have the new system, but it doesn't sound to me like that's what the city is planning. They want everybody to do it within the next, what, couple months, Leah?
Yeah, you're taking a liberal interpretation of my sentence.
Transition.
A slow transition.
Yeah.
I already have one. I actually didn't know that the city was giving us email addresses. So when I actually was voted in or appointed, I set up Estrella OSBT at Gmail. And just for this purpose, because it helps me keep my life organized and not have it commingled with the rest of my chaos. So I set up a separate personal account so that I can funnel that email traffic to that email address. But then I found out that the city gave me an address, and so it hasn't been used since.
Yeah.
So how do you set up I mean, I agree with you, Michelle. It is much easier to have a separate email so that you don't mix it with the rest of your traffic. But how do you do that on your computer if your email that used to say bouldercolorado.gov doesn't exist? How do you create the part of your computer that creates a new place for your OSBT emails to go?
Yes. Set up a account, or how to transfer your existing docs into a new format. We should take this offline.
Yeah.
I was going to offer, Dan, Karen or Dave or anyone that wants some help with that. I'm happy to set up some time with you, both to set up a new email, but also that would be the second piece, is to pull anything you have saved on your current, Boulder, your city email, just to make sure you have everything you need. So yeah, offline, I agree. Happy to help with that. It is easy, but let's walk through it.
We'll be in touch.
That's totally fine, Dave. Yeah. Let's invite Karen.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
I think you got to deal with me separately, because Stanford has some strange rules in their computers.
Well, and we could do, because I do think, just to add to that quickly, I think having a separate email just to reinforce that OSBT specific is going to be super important. So if that's even just like a Gmail account, that's an easy thing to set up and to track and to save documents. So quick question. Even if we put it in our personal email address or personal email account, it's still subject to Cora, right? Which is a really good reason to keep it separate from the rest of your life, so that people are not seeing that you're having your piano tuned at, Thursday, because if somebody wanted to ask a question. So it's a good point, Michelle. It's subject to Cora. It's a little bit different when it's not a city account. The city can't go into your personal account and find your piano lessons. It would be you searching for anything applicable to that. So it's still, for that reason, would be good to have it separate. And its own account because it's easier to search for anything that might come up. But you don't have to worry about your personal items, to add.
Right. But if things got ugly, then some attorney is looking at your email address, your emails.
So does that mean we're going to be tasked with doing other jobs for the city with respect to our open space emails? I'm not prepared to spend time to do that.
I'm not sure. I don't think I understand
what I gathered from Michelle's last comment is that, for instance, I'm just taking a wild example. If somebody from the city attorney's office came to me and said, in this length of time, I want you to go through your open space emails and provide to me all your email communications about disposal by this date. I mean, that puts in my lap a whole nother job that I've never signed up for. Is that what you meant, Michelle?
Yeah, we'll get back to you. I think that's a question for CAO for us to look at.
I'm not signing up for that job.
So if with your existing city account, if the CAO wanted to do that,
they can go in and do it.
Without your permission? I'm not up for that either. Dan, we better talk.
There's lots of talking that needs to go on here.
I think only in-person communication that's going to work for me.
You're giving up your email totally.
Yeah, huh? Giving up Zoom, email, you
That's
name.
A good thing we're going to have
your voice is being recorded, so we maybe do sign language, Dave.
Wow, lots of questions. Okay, well, it seems to me this ought to be another topic on our next board meeting's agenda, and we'll get some answers at that point and have a better idea of.
Leah, you want to add that to the rolling calendar?
Yeah.
Okay, May, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
Is that within the time frame, Leah, that it's supposed to happen, the next meeting?
There's no hard deadline.
Okay.
We'll do it when this group's comfortable.
Okay.
But not in 4 years from now.
Yeah, I was going to say, how about a couple of years? That'd be great.
I was like, wait.
I'll fight for 1 year. Dave can fight for 2 years. Okay, I think that concludes our meeting of April 13th, 2022, and I'm going to proclaim the meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Thanks. See ya.